upon us. Never have there been truer words spoken. When you consider what it is to be an Iditarod musher, the word adapt is paramount to one's success. The men and women who have traveled this trail for nearly 5 decades have gotten warm and cozy with that term, like an old favorite sweater. For the ability to adapt to a changing landscape is the essence of what this race is, and forever will be. Never before has the trail been upended or altered before the first team leaves the chute like it will be this year. Storms and blowing snow or thawing rivers and ice have reoriented this trail for decades, and the teams have had to adapt. Like so much of the world that has been changed by a virus, the Iditarod sled dog race will seek to adapt and to move forward. A trail that will now temporarily avoid native communities that it was once tasked with uniting. Finding its way through a milky and friction-forming forecast, this race has settled on a truly wilderness adventure, one designed to avoid population but keep the spirit of the race alive. So as the teams prepare to march off into the distance, you may notice the differences. The checkpoints might seem out of order. The Alaska Range may never be too far out of sight, but this trail will find the finish line, and the race won't fail to move forward. It's adapting. 2020, a race that will never be forgotten. As COVID chased the teams down the trail, it was Norway's Thomas Werner getting there first, the third Norwegian to win the Iditarod. Thomas following in the footsteps of his hero, the great Robert Sorley.
A dream come true.
Yeah, that's for sure. Iditarod has been a kind of a dream that has always been there, but it's kind of been a dream that will be, hard to do.
Warner will not be here to defend his title as COVID has blocked his trail in Norway, and he's unable to fly his team to Alaska.
And it's not only defending the championship, it's actually being a part of this great race. It's not only winning, and there's no stamp on winning. You can win one year, and next year things will be rough.
The 49th Iditarod will miss its defending champion, but one of its greatest champions is back, Dallas Evie.
Yeah, I'm back. I'm excited about it too.
One of 7 grand champions to have won this race 4 times, but nobody's won the race younger, and nobody won 4 before they turned 30, except Dallas.
It's exciting again. That's cool for me. I'm excited about the race. I'm excited about the Iditarod and the direction I think it's going. I'm rejuvenated. I feel like, when it's 365 days between races, it's like, all right, here we go again. But when you double that, then you're amped. You're ready to charge, chomping at the bit. So I'm ready.
He will look to tie Rick Swenson as the only musher in history to win 5 Iditarods, and many of his dogs have come from his father's championship kennel. Mitch is taking a year off.
By me racing, it made it easy for my dad to have those dogs in the race, let the dogs do what they were bred to do, and feel like he's still involved, but can actually perhaps enjoy a life outside of mushing for the first time in 20-something years.
The race will still feature the greatest competition in the world, with 4 former champions and mushers from 4 countries, and 12 rookies will seek to find the finish line.
I don't know. It's a dream, The addiction of winning, of course, is a very, very strong one. I say Iditarod championships are kind of like salmon. If you have one, you'd like to have another one, and if you have 2, one more would be just fine,
I know it's going to be different, though. Obviously with the Pandy, it's going to be a different race and obviously a different route. I think there's always going to be something thrown your way. I just don't. I hope it's not several Olympic-sized swimming pools of overflow.
The trail won't end on the Bering Sea or in the city of Nome. The start line will be in Deshka Landing, and it'll finish there too, 850 miles later. A loop to the ghost town of Iditarod and back.
Joe had always talked about going from Anchorage to Iditarod and back.
And interesting enough, in the early 70s, when founders Joe Reddington Sr. and Dick Mackey dreamed of this race, they considered Iditarod as the end of a loop, hence the name of the race. So this trail will honor the gold rush and that original vision.
We were talking about a race going from Knik to Iditarod and back. And that's when we first started talking about the name of the Iditarod Trail Race.
The Dalzell Gorge, the Happy River Steps, and the Farewell Burn are names that have adhered themselves to the anxiety of a rookie musher. Some years you're lucky to get through these areas with just a broken sled.
I'm not sure they have much expectations. We'll be ready. I'll get the dogs as ready as I can. Most of them have probably finished Iditarod that'll make the team, so I'm the true rookie of the bunch here.
We just take it one day at a time, or one run at a time, should I say. And I'm very confident that it'll be a fun and interesting run.
Because people put a greater expectation on you, and it's certainly a family expectation, you know, as a Mackey to really give it your all every time you go out into a race and to be competitive.
For 12 teams, this is the beginning and a chance to earn the finish line. It will propel a lifestyle for years, or it will extinguish the flame. Rookie, a new recruit, stripes to be earned by miles traveled.
The only thing that really makes me worried though is the more technical aspects of the trail. I'm a little clumsy of a person, so I get a little bit more stressed out on those roller coaster type sections, but most of all, really just excited.
A whole different part of Alaska that I haven't seen. I mean, I haven't traveled that part of the state, so I'm pretty excited to see that area.
For the contenders, a refresh of sorts. There is no going back and computing what has been done in the past, for this journey is strategically an anomaly. There is nothing to stake a plan to. It will put a premium on a musher being in tune with their dogs.
It's going to take a different strategy, but you still have to drive your dog team. You have to run them how they were trained. You have to race them how their dogs are capable of being raced. And I think it's because you can't go pull up last year's or the year before, the last 10 years Iditarod Insider and see what works and what doesn't work. You've got to come up with your own strategy.
Normally we don't have much weather in the inland, you know, we get cold weather maybe, and Rainy Pass might be the only place where you can put a storm in between some teams. But yeah, I haven't really given it much thought. I've talked to Pete a little bit about it, and I think we're all just trying to wrap our head around it and decide what's going to be the best thing. The race is going to be a little bit shorter, it looks like, so that might affect things. And yeah, it's kind of, everybody gets a plan or have to make a new plan what to do, you know.
Percolates more competitors to the top because it's shorter. The races for the last few years, there's been a lot more mushers and teams up there at miles 600 and 700, and it was only been mile 700, 800, 900 where 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 teams came to the top. So we might be a little more neck and neck towards the finish line.
I think I knew when I was 4 years old, hey, I want to win Iditarod. I don't know what possessed me as a little 4-year-old boy, but I've always wanted to win Iditarod. And as time has went on, I've learned, hey, you know, the real reward is to be able to do this in general, just to be able to get out there and mush with our dogs and play in the woods. We already won.
So that was immediate kind of a heartbreak for me. After it settled in and out of respect for the communities and Iditarod's decision, I think they made the right decision on this year. The way COVID is traveling, and it's the safe decision. I think we've got a race. I'm very grateful and thankful that the event is going to happen.
The punishing Yukon River and the rage of the Bering Sea coast will not be present on this trail. However, the test will remain.
I want to say it's going to be easier, but that's when you say Iditarod's going to be easy, it ends up biting you in the butt. So I don't know if I really want to say that.
And right now I feel like I've got a dog team that they can handle curveballs, which is good because I think this race is going to be full of them. It changes the dynamic, but what we have seen in the past is the really good dog mushers always do well. You're gonna see your at the front. You know, if we see the Brent Sass that I think we're gonna see, you're gonna see him at the front, right? There are people that know how to manage dog teams, know how to travel with dog teams, and it'll be shorter. So you're gonna see people like Nick that's struggled at the end of the race in the past. This might be his perfect race. How many times has he been right in the front 800 miles into it? So that's another factor.
The 2021 race will also mark the end of an era. The incomparable Ali Zirkle has decided this will be her final race. Her 21st consecutive Iditarod will cap a career that has placed her name among the greatest in the sport's history. 3 times a second-place finisher, she's embodied the spirit of this race and the lifestyle that she has loved.
Iditarod 2021 will be my last Iditarod. It's the end for Ali Zirkle. It's going to be a fantastic race. It's going to be my last one, and ta-da!
So she brings a caliber of human to the race that is not easily retrieved. And she's a leader when it comes to that. And she's a leader as a racer, and she's a leader as a dog person, dog man, dog woman. She encapsulates that to me. She's tough as nails, but she is first and foremost in her relationship with herself, her dogs, very much her dogs, and to an unbelievable extent her fellow mushers. She has integrity.
You know, I grew up as a kid watching Ali be the first woman to win the Quest, be an incredible competitor in Iditarod, and always such an upbeat person for everyone involved in the race, and I feel like especially the villagers along the Iditarod Trail. Ali has just been such a great spokeswoman for Iditarod, for our sport, and just a real mushing advocate, and a fun person to be around on the trail. I've enjoyed the time I've spent with Ali on the trail.
You know, she has made this race better for the competitors that compete with her. That's, you know, she sets that example of this is what a good competitor is in the race. For the fans that love her, you know, for every aspect of it. So I feel like she's one of the best mushers that's ever set foot on that trail. She's had that consistent top performance year after year. It's gonna be weird without her there. You know, it's gonna be tough with her gone. Now she's not gone yet. We've still got one more race that we got to fend off Ali.
I sure as hell hope she wins. And you know, if you had asked me before you had told me this, who I would hope win Iditarods, I would have said Ali in a heartbeat. That's who I hope wins the race. And now I'm like, I mean, I would pretty much yield the trail. Yeah.
Not the real Iditarod, you say? Ask that question in 850 miles. It's long been a race of the unknown, an arrival of mystery and history. Oh, sure, the Yukon River and the Bering Sea coast have been a part of every race. But the trail has been an evolution. The finish line has always been the destination. And the miles in between are where the story is written, the chapters divided, and a book is born. And that gets us back to where we start. If we fail to adapt, we fail to move forward. And forward is the only direction these dogs have ever known. A crisp, clear morning and the start of another Iditarod sled dog race.
So here we go, big race of the year.
It's a beautiful morning to get a dog race going.
But it's different. This is Deshka Landing, a community/boat launch for those that access the Susitna River drainage in the summer. Today, frozen, makeshift, and ground zero for gratitude.
Iditarod's done a heck of a job trying to put a race on, and the trail that they came up with was the safest route, you know, for Alaskans and for the villages. So we're just happy to be here and have a race. You know, it's going to definitely be a different year.
The new trail is exciting, so that's fun, and we're more than ready, eager to get racing.
Yeah, I'm just excited to be here. You know, I mean, all season long with races being canceled around the world and different races doing different protocols and everything, it was always a question mark whether it was going to happen. Living up in the bush where I'm at, I'm so secluded from it that I don't get the punch every day like a lot of people get. And so watching it from afar, I was just hoping and praying that they were going to pull it off. So kudos to Iditarod for making this happen.
Yeah, I'm super happy, you know, looking at all my buddies back in Norway and the races getting canceled and stuff, and yeah, I'm super lucky that we actually have a race to run.
It's going to be fun.
It is, yeah, perfect weather.
Yeah. I think every year in life is wild, weird, and different, so, you know, just adapt, and it sounds exciting to me. I mean, I like the idea of climbing those mountains in the end. You get to do some running behind the sled, maybe a lot of it.
COVID canceled the annual ceremonial start of the race a day prior in Anchorage. So, this a less celebratory but still colorful start.
Hey Eva, hey Clancy, Sonny, miss you.
No fans, just handlers, swabs for COVID testing, and that start line. The racers have all been tested several times before the start. They will be tested again during the race, all in hopes of keeping everyone safe.
From Nome, Aaron Burmeister.
I'm ecstatic about what we're getting into. I'm really bummed we're not going to be finishing in Nome and traveling through all the villages and seeing all my friends up and down the trail, but just ecstatic to be able to get out there, show what this team is capable of, and manage them to the best of my ability.
It's fabulous to, you know, get back out on the trail, and just nice to have a dog race.
Dogs are looking good. We're excited to hit the trail, have all the gear, I think, and yeah, it's beautiful weather.
The nerves in the dog races, do I have everything packed? And I go over, you know, my list multiple times, and sometimes you forget stuff, and part of it you just have to, you know, figure out how to deal with it.
Here comes your sled. Awesome. All right. Built that myself. I wanted it to be mine.
Very good. All right.
I wanted to know every little nook and cranny of it. Wanted to experiment with some new designs, some old designs, a really lightweight, flexible sled.
So we went overboard, got all the bright colors, all the reflective on it. And we got a trailer here. This is actually a little camper. Folds out. And I can climb right inside. It's just a nice bivy sack. I can put my 60 below sleeping bag on the inside of that and crawl in, get out of the wind and snow. We're not going to camp in the checkpoints very much, so. And even in the checkpoints, there ain't really much places to sleep.
I've actually been working towards running Iditarod for 20 years. I started mushing in 2001. And I would think I was going to feel really nervous, but actually I feel really calm. I don't think it's hit me yet that it's actually happening. It's been so long that I've been working towards it that I don't know. I think I'll figure it out once I'm out on the trail. But that's when it's also going to be like time to be calm too. And it's like you get to just chill. You're with your dog, so. Maybe it'll come back in like half an hour. Maybe I'll be like sweating bullets then.
I feel very familiar and comfortable with these dogs, knowing their parents, their grandparents, their great-grandparents. The shortest amount of time was 8 months that I've had any of these guys, so I know them pretty well.
Yeah, we'll get her done.
And probably about half my team this year is going to be dogs from my dad's kennel.
All right, boys.
Dallas Seavey is back in the race. His father, Mitch, is taking a year off, but his kennel is represented in his son's team and in Hal Hansen's team, a rookie.
He's really, really good with animals. He grew up like a horse whisperer kind of guy. As far as, you know, being tough enough and all that, it's a piece of cake for him.
The amount of respect I have for this kennel and the family and what they've done in this sport. Now they've tasked me with taking care of these dogs on their first trip. And we're looking forward to a happy, healthy run.
And once the teams leave this chute, the ball is in the air. The game begins. The greatest competition in the world's coolest canines will compete for a trophy. Knowing Mother Nature, regardless the direction of the trail, will impact those trying to find the finish line.
Everybody gets caught up in mountains and where we're going and what we're doing, but so much of it's just going to come down to weather. How much snow we get, is the wind blowing, what the temperature is doing. I mean, you know, going through the Alaska Range twice can be a pain in the butt, but if we got a good hard trail and good weather, it could be a breeze. The race really comes down to the weather we get while we're out there.
Yeah, I would love to win, but I'd love to win for the last 20 times too. That is no different. But no, this is it. This is definitely the last one. There are other things to do in my life. Dog mushing and the Iditarod have been more than my family. It's been my life. So going away from it is emotional, but it's time. It'll be a new life, new adventure.
Part of taking a year off and not competing in Iditarod last year was rebuilding a little bit. So I have 7 3-year-olds on this team that have never ran 1,000 miles before. It's exciting, it's pretty new.
Excited to hit the trail. It's definitely been a long training season, and you know, it all comes down to today. Appreciative of being able to get out there and do what we love.
We got the best mushers in the world, the best dogs in the world. And Iditarod puts on one heck of a good race.
I'm just a musher. I work hard and race and pay attention to the dogs and do the best for them, and that's my job.
We'll see you at the finish. I expect a lot of foggy glasses and checkpoints with these masks on. Hope I can see to do stuff. I think it's going to be a fun year. The trail will be same as it always is. Just you get to do the first half twice, and it'll be a good time. And I'm excited.
The fans were not able to be at the start line, but as is normal, they're lining the trail just beyond the start line. The weather is beautiful. Below zero to start the day, the temps will be in the 20s for most of the afternoon. Yentna Station, normally a checkpoint, not this year, as Deshka is 7 miles closer than the normal start line in Willow. No warm-ups for this race, no practice run. You gotta have it packed or in your food drops down the trail, or you won't have it for this event. As you might imagine, the energy is high, the anxiety flows.
Coming to say hi.
Time for talk is over now. It's just these teams and a trail and the days of adversity in front of them.
My sled bag's got a problem, so that's really why I stopped. My zipper busted.
Adversity for Nick Petit has already happened.
Learning now to be a seamstress here.
Just a few miles into the race.
Beautiful day, lots of nice folks out there. There's a hot dog up the road at the sign that says really, really good hot dogs.
The race trail projects at 860 miles roughly. 100 miles shorter than the normal trail. The teams leave Deshka into familiar country, hitting Squentna where the teams will shed bibs and head off towards the Alaska Range, leaving the rivers behind. They hit Finger Lake, mile 107 into the race. From there it's onto the Rainy Pass checkpoint on Puntilla Lake, and then over the spectacular Rainy Pass, down into Roan. From there it's through the Buffalo tunnels and the Farewell Burn. The trail then hits the town of Nikolai, and then McGrath, and then it's off to Ophir. From there, an 80-mile run to Iditarod, as the trail hits the gold mining territory to flat. And then the loop begins back to Iditarod, then to Ophir, to McGrath, then Nikolai, and then they begin the climb back to the top of the Alaska Range. It begins in Roan, up the Delzell Gorge, down to Puntilla Lake, to Finger Lake, and then to the mandatory 8-hour rest in Squentna, and the run to the finish line, back at Deshka Landing. The afternoon is aging, and some teams have already stopped for their first rest on the trail. A chance to breathe and appreciate what's ahead.
I'm loving it. All the preparations to get here have been long and arduous, but we're here now, and the first run was just a blast. It was great. I always wanted to mush dogs. I thought it would be something cool. You know, you read these books from Jack London and you think, wow, that'd be neat to do one day. And then the Iditarod, we hear about these crazy guys going 1,000 miles. I want to do that someday. I want to see if I can do that. And here I am driving one of the best dog teams in the world for Mitch Seavey. And I'm just very grateful and so happy to be here today.
I have been in love with dog mushing since I was little. My dad had dogs and we used to run on the trap line. I've just always had a passion for dog mushing and got my own kennel started and dreamed of doing a 1,000-mile race, and here I am.
As the sun sets, the sounds of the well-wishers will be replaced with the scratching tones of runners on snow and the pounding feet of sled dogs. With the darkness comes solitude and the realization that life for the next week or more won't resemble most weeks in one's life.
Honestly, I was thinking about it on the way out here. It was sun was set, dogs were rolling real good, and it's like, it's kind of fun. Oh crap, there's a whole nother week of this. There ain't an indoor bathroom till McGrath. But dogs, it's what I do. I train sled dogs, something that I do, and this is kind of the ultimate expression of that.
It was always kind of a dream, I guess, since I first discovered dog mushing. Each year, I fall more in love with it, so here we are.
Beautiful day. Kind of warm for the dogs, but I was enjoying the hell out of it. Someone handed me a turkey leg on the river. That was pretty damn good.
Just 67 miles from Deshka Landing is Squentna, the first official checkpoint. Normally a longer run, teams are there quickly.
Have you signed here?
Led by Ryan Reddington. His plan is to make 70-mile runs regardless of where that puts him.
What's the date?
The teams will leave their bibs here and collect them on the way back.
We'll see you on the backside.
Ready? Ready?
He doesn't stay long.
Ready? Mush!
7 minutes, in fact. Gunnar Johnson arrives next.
Nope, I'm gonna stay. Where's Nick?
He ain't here yet.
No, I guess I went too fast.
And the trickle soon becomes a stream of teams.
Bib number was?
7. One's gone through. Are you gonna be 5 minutes or 20? About 10. 10.
Just look at the dogs, see what they're up to, and go where they can rest.
You liking the look of them so far?
So far, really good, except where I busted my zipper. That's why I was in Yetna for a while. I was doing some sewing.
Dogs are doing awesome. It's really great. And super hard. And
You guys weren't too hot out there?
you know, it wasn't too bad. There was a pretty chilly breeze, and man, I even put hand warmers in on the first run. So it wasn't bad at all.
We actually kind of caught a nice break getting into the partial shade of the trees right out of Deshka. So that was nice for the dogs. They didn't get so hot as they typically do when we leave from the community center going across the lakes and swamps. They get baked. So we had a nice shady start to the run. Yeah, they look really good coming here.
This is my 38th Iditarod.
38th Iditarod. And what do you think? 38 Iditarods where you've always ended up in Nome. What's your thought on it?
Well, it's, you know, maybe you can teach an old dog new tricks.
Hey, Gam, how you doing, bud? Get you unclipped. There you go. Come here. Somebody's got to go in between these knuckleheads, and that's you. This guy's 8, oldest one on the team, and he's done everything with me before, so he's the designated kind of chaperone for the rest.
That sled dog's name is Gamble. And Skwentna becomes a resting spot for many of the teams on this first night on the Iditarod Trail. A few miles outside of Skwentna, others will rest away from the noise and the congestion in the checkpoint.
You know what I keep thinking about? Martin Boozer. I don't think anyone comprehends how incredibly challenging it would be to run 37 and now 38 Iditarods. That's incomprehensible to me. Like, it's not human. That's what I've been thinking about. I mean, it's really ridiculous. I don't know if there's anything in any other sports world, because Iditarod's like, I mean, yeah, fun and glorious and pretty and everything, and miserable. 38 years.
The teams continue to move through the night. Temperatures dip. It becomes a perfect time for the dogs as they love these cold temperatures.
We're expecting Nick Petit within the next 15 minutes or so, maybe a little bit less, because he is cooking 9-10 miles an hour now coming up from Skwentna.
It also sets up the trail. What could have been soft from the warm afternoon is now rock hard. And at 1:17 Monday morning, it's Nick Petit arriving first into Finger Lake.
You sign here, you going through?
No, I'm gonna hang out.
Okay. How far was it to here?
It was about 110, 115. Didn't feel like it. We were going pretty fast clip, it looked like. We got past in the start. Got past a bunch of people.
Finger Lake is 107 miles into the race, and Petit will give his team a good, long rest here. It's an hour and 25 minutes later when Richie Deal arrives in second place.
Staying or going?
I'm going to stay.
Fresh off his win at the Cusco 300, a mid-distance race run in Bethel, near his hometown of Antioch.
I think that I have a little more confidence than I have in the past. I think the fact of racing that team pretty hard in 2 races before Iditarod and the way they have recovered, it definitely gives myself a little confidence in them.
As you might imagine, Finger Lake begins to get busy, with Pete Kaiser next to arrive 2 minutes in front of Ryan Reddington. But it's Ryan who acknowledges his plan right away. He gets some food, some straw, and 10 minutes later he leads the race out of Finger Lake.
So I knew going into the race that I was going to be pushing the pace a little bit, doing things that I haven't done yet, because the team was to me that good.
Finger Lake is one of the most beautiful spots on the Iditarod Trail, and when the sun rises, most of the lead pack is gone, but those mountains are in view. And at about the same time that the 2019 Iditarod champion Pete Kaiser is leaving Finger, it's Ryan Reddington finding his way to Rainy Pass on Puntilla Lake.
That's what I got. 7:14, Ryan.
Yeah. I'm gonna go.
You're gonna go?
It's 137 miles into the race, and Ryan will stay just 4 minutes, keeping to his plan.
I did 2 runs early that I went beyond Skwentna, 71 miles total that run. I rested there, and then the next rest stop I did was on top of Rainy Pass, almost at the very top.
For those that remain in Finger Lake, it's a chance to assess their team's performance through the first day along the trail. But keep in mind, they may be 100 miles into the race, but they are less than 18 hours into the race.
I was a little surprised, I guess, about all the winds through the swamps coming from Finger Lake. I pictured it being kind of flat, and it reminded me of the Bernstein Bears or something, going through those trees and just like winding around. That was kind of interesting, though.
It's been pretty uneventful. The trail's soft in spots, for sure. And the hardest thing was trying to keep them slowed down. They were just wanting to do 10, 11 miles an hour nonstop, even through that sugar snow. And I've been standing on the drag mat the entire way since I left the start. And they're just really wanting to go fast, which is not good on the soft parts, you know.
There's a lot of musher comfort for sure. The start was really warm, and then it cooled off overnight. But that was nice. It kind of got the trail squishy at the beginning, and then once it was wet and got real cold, it froze and got real fast.
So far it's been really nice. The weather's actually cooperated incredibly, and timing worked out pretty good for us because it's the hottest part of the day and the dogs get a chance to take a break during it, so we should be able to hit the trails once it cools down a little bit, and I'm looking forward to that.
The teams up ahead are making the 30-mile run to Rainy Pass checkpoint, and if the race seems like it's moving quickly, that's because it is.
Get 'em, guys.
And the old adage, you can't win the race in the first few days, but you can certainly lose it, comes to mind. These are tough sections between Finger and Rainy, like the Happy River Steps. The teams in front oftentimes get a great trail, but it deteriorates the more teams that go over it. And oftentimes teams will push through this section to ensure that they have a good trail. As Ryan Reddington heads towards Rainy Pass and a place to camp, it's four-time champion Martin Boozer arriving in the checkpoint on Puntilla Lake.
You gonna stick around, or you
Yeah,
gonna go?
someone in the park for a while.
Okay.
His 38th Iditarod, a cagey veteran for sure. He'll rest here, feed his team, and pitch a tent. That's Martin, who needs a building or heat. Richie Deal is next in. He's 2 hours behind Ryan Reddington.
Going through, Richie? Yeah.
He'll lead a large pack out of Puntilla Lake, and many decide to use the remoteness and the quiet of the miles ahead to rest.
Caduce in at 10:23 with 14 dogs. Bib number 2, Aaron Peck in at 10:25. Bib number 44, Jesse Holmes in at 10:31 with Pete Kaiser in at 10:34.
Brent Sass is the 10th team in.
How many people have went through? 1, 2, 3?
The 4th team out. No surprise. He's never been a musher too fond of staying in checkpoints. He's most at home with his dogs in the wilderness.
I think I can win because the dogs have the talent, and I've learned something over the years. You know, this was my 18th 1,000-mile race.
I don't think any of us really knew how to properly adjust for an 840-mile Iditarod. I think all of us guessed, try to figure out how much faster do we need to go, because we do know we're going to have to go faster.
With a huge chunk of the lead pack now up in Rainy Pass, once again the sun is warming this trail, making it a perfect morning and afternoon to rest a team.
A lot of them now with the COVID precautions are choosing, as we're seeing here, they're choosing to sleep outside, even though there may be an option to go inside. A lot of them are choosing to just bed down in the straw with their teams.
The dogs are soaking in the warmth and the mushers finding time to relax for the first time in a day.
Well, we're here at the right time. The dogs are getting a good rest, and it seems like we hit it almost every year, but this is one of the most beneficial rests of the entire race, laying out in the sun. Just the way it bakes on their muscles, and they just get a really good break. Maybe hit the snooze button a couple extra times.
We're here way earlier than I think we ever normally are, but then so is everybody else. Like, I didn't even make it on the first page checking in here. So I don't know what everybody else is doing, but I'm running kind of probably a little conservative, but not that conservative.
I like going fast. The dogs like going fast, so we're enjoying it. I've been on the break with. That is the hard part, though. I've been on the break a lot, really hard, and try not to go over 10. And we've been maintaining pretty good speeds. The dogs look really good. No soreness really yet at all.
I was surprised at how fast they did it. We did it in 3 hours, which is, I think it's 30 miles here, so 10 miles an hour, and it didn't feel like we were doing that, but that's pretty good.
It's a glorious day up in Rainy Pass. The sun is out, but there is a breeze to keep the dogs cooled and comfortable. These views and these miles are breathtaking. And on days like this, they're unforgettable.
I didn't want to hear all the airplanes at Rainy Pass, so I wanted to get out of there. Plus I was pretty early yet, so I thought it was good to run for a couple more hours before the sun comes up. Yeah, I'm happy that I'm here though. Super proud of my leaders.
My plan was to go for around 10 miles out of Rainy, and I came here, and I mean, I don't know the trail that well, so it's not like I can calculate that far ahead, but there was water, so I stopped. It's great. I mean, it's a hot day for the dogs, so having, coming to the open water where I could actually grab it right out of the river and give it to the dogs, that was perfect timing.
It just worked out well to take a break now and let the dogs take a nap in the warm sun, and then we'll get going once it starts cooling off again. So it just worked out well in their schedule to stop here, and it's really pretty. I mean, I do try to pick scenic spots to stop, so we'll probably stay here another couple hours and then head on to Roan.
For Nick Petit, this is nothing new. He historically likes to get his team to the front of the race. He likes a fresh trail, and he believes his dogs are exposed to fewer viruses that are carried by other dogs. Nick, the first to reach Roan, mile 188.
Hey, welcome to Roan.
Thank you.
How you doing?
Doing good.
You gonna stay for a while?
Oh, yeah.
You gonna go through?
Definitely hanging out.
It's 1:54 Monday afternoon.
I just wanted to get through the most dangerous part of the trail with not 120% power and get through there where instead of going really fast on glare ice, it's better to just have them be able to get good footing.
Given those conditions, how are they performing so far?
Fantastic. I mean, it was warm. It was warm going up and over the pass, but it worked out good.
I'm confident I have a really excellent dog team. If I was confident we were going to finish first, that would be a little bit of overconfidence. Nobody can tell you they're going to win the race this year.
Back at Rainy Pass, teams continue to rest, and the pace at the very front has some wondering if it can continue.
I'm literally exactly on my schedule, like to the minute. It's just insane, the pace of the race this year. I can't believe what some of these teams are doing. I mean, all the power to them. There's no way I could even think of doing something like that, but they probably trained for it, and it'll be interesting to see if it works out for them.
I'll probably stay here longer than most of the front end. I just wanted to, get up away from any of the sicker teams right away, and then I'll just sit here for a little while and follow some of these guys out of here.
We're slower than most of the other teams that we're around right now, but we're doing our thing, and it's all going okay right now.
Dogs are all happy, they're eating, and they seem to be pretty good. They're all resting now, and I feel pretty comfortable with it now.
How are you doing? Are you eating and sleeping?
Oh, dogs are doing a little better. No, I am. I'm ready for another meal and a nice nap, and and we'll be on the way again.
Once you come down off the steps, it's just like, you see it in the videos and everything, and you just can't even describe it. I mean, you just have to be here to see it. It's incredible, and coming down across the lake to the lodge, it's beautiful. So that's why we're here.
It continues to be a beautiful day in Rainy Pass, and for many of these teams, even the veterans, it's the first time they've seen the Dalzell Gorge in daylight. It's an area of the trail that can throw many obstacles at teams, from open water to wind. Jessie Royer encounters a lot of it during her run.
Filming you as you're filming me.
Next up should be Dallas CV, who is currently at mile 177 going 9.9 miles an hour.
An hour and 9 minutes after Nick Petit hit Rome.
Whoa, there we go. All right, we're gonna hang out for a little bit.
Four-time champion Dallas CV has reached the front of this race.
Glad to be here, Dallas?
Very. It's kind of been a crazy ride.
How's that?
Oh, just new trail, new route. Everybody's doing stuff different, you know. Any other year, this would be absolutely obscene to have this many people going this fast, but this year, everybody's doing it. We have 40 hours of mandatory rest, and we know that the total resting time is going to come down a fair bit because there's 100 miles less trail. I built a schedule that was focused around going from mandatory to mandatory with very little rest and at a very steady pace.
And are you staying for a while? Or you...
I'm just packing some stuff.
Bruce Lee and Kevin Bodie are here in Roan, and at this point we've got 3 teams in here and a bunch on the way. We had Nick Petit in here first, followed closely by Dallas, and right behind us now you can see Ryan Reddington. He's going to be the first one to go through. As far as trail conditions, they're all saying that the trail is hard and fast. They actually wanted to slow their dogs down. We're on the break, and it's warm here. It's feels like 25 degrees. In Alaska, this feels like summer. So it'll cool down tonight, probably be a really good, nice run for them, but it's warm, hard trail. And we're going to have a whole bunch of teams steaming in here that Kevin, Bodie, and myself will be watching as they come and go during the night.
When I look at today's field of contenders, there's 10 to 15 teams every year. The dogs and the caliber of dogs are capable of winning. There's 2 or 3 drivers today because the far experienced drivers aren't there anymore. But there's like Jessie Royer, Ramey Smith, myself, Dallas Seavey, that have the experience to read the race, to read the conditions, and to know how to properly manage that team to get into the winner's circle.
Ryan Reddington, like he did at Squentna, at Finger Lake, and at Puntilla Lake, he is now the first team to leave Roan, headed for Nikolai. He is sticking to his plan and running 70 miles and then resting.
Broke my 1 bar on my drag on the way in here today. So I am just getting ready to do some drilling and repair work on it.
Was that with the glare ice or something different?
That was on the glare ice. There was a stump sticking through the glare ice, and we caught that stump right in the trail, and it snapped my brake bar, or my drag bar that holds my drag up. So I want to get that repaired before I leave here.
4-time champion Dallas Seavey takes some time to grab a nap with his team.
How we doing?
Good, how are you?
Good, made it.
Meanwhile, Roan gets busy. You'll start to see strategies now change.
I'm grabbing and going.
I'm gonna get some food and go.
Some will stop, some will rest.
I'm gonna keep going.
Keep going.
Others will grab straw and food and go.
I kind of play things by ear depending on how the dogs are looking and what the weather's doing. And the last plan I had was to actually hop over here about 15 miles. But after the last 4 hours, a little before the gorge and the heat of the day, and then coming through there, it's time to just kind of regroup a little bit. So we're going to take a nice long break here and try to get these guys back in order.
We'll pack a few things and then go.
Thank you for that.
As the sun sets on this trail, this is generally an eventful night. As the teams are heading to Nikolai 75 miles away, the teams will venture through the post-Rhone Glacier area and the Farewell Burn. But this night will be remembered for the end of a race, for an Iditarod legend.
I apparently have a bit of a concussion and a dislocated shoulder, so I'm calling it quits from Roan. That's all I got.
Allie Zirkle has crashed her sled, and her injuries are significant. And for the first time in this musher's illustrious career, she won't make it to the finish line. A Black Hawk helicopter from the National Guard has flown into this remote checkpoint to get her and fly her to Anchorage for medical treatment. The teams out of Roan have no idea what has happened to their friend and competitor, Allie Zirkle. The race continues, and they are camped on their way to Nikolai.
It was kind of cool, though. I've never seen from, like, it was pretty much light out all the way from Roan to here, and I'd never seen this section in the daylight. So that was kind of cool to see.
For some reason, this section always seems to perk them up, and I don't know what it is. I think they feel that good footing with because they get really good traction on dirt. I don't really know why, but it's a lot of up and down and winding around and stuff like that. And but there's plenty of that back there too. And I don't know, for some reason they just seem to really get fired up in this area almost every year. Something motivates them, so they seem to enjoy it.
I don't know what it is about the burn. The dogs love it. And pick up on the smells and whatever's out here, they like it. They dig it. They just hit another gear and just start having fun. We had a little bit of everything. We had a little bit of snow, a little bit of ice, a little bit of rock, a little bit of grass.
It's not just a straightforward race for sure. It means like the fastest team isn't necessarily going to win the race because of all these challenges with the bare ground and the glare ice and all the potential things that can happen to anyone, no matter how experienced they are. So, I mean, I consider myself one of the more experienced ones, but this is my 18th 1,000-mile race, but you know, anything can happen in a dog race, and so I think it's fun having a new trail.
You know, since I don't make a plan, I'm not too upset about not being on the plan. I always kind of go with it so that the dogs are in the best possible shape. So I don't think if we were going all the way to Nome or 100 miles past Nome, I'd be doing the same thing today.
It's 4:45 Tuesday morning, and Ryan Reddington is the first to reach Nikolai. 247 miles into the race, Ryan is the leader, and he arrives with 12 dogs in harness.
I'd like to declare my 8 and declare my 24.
Okay.
24.
Just in case.
Yeah.
I don't know what the weather's going to do. I came here to race, and my plan was to get out near the front and try to make it a race. But there's so many good teams and so many great mushers, and to me it's different than like when I was growing up. Basically you had 3 mushers that you knew were going to be, one of them was going to win. Now there's so many.
90 minutes later, it's Aaron Burmeister who has worked his way to the front of the race. He started with bib number 36. He hits Nikolai in second place.
I'm going to declare my 8 and 24. See what the weather's going to do.
25 minutes after, it's the Cusco 300 champ Richie Deal. And now as the sun begins to rise on a new day on the Iditarod Trail, the lead pack is forming. But with a shortened trail and with it being a loop, Nikolai becomes a focus point for emerging strategies. The 8th team to arrive is Brent Sass. He's known for long runs, and he's known for avoiding checkpoints.
Who gave him straw?
Yeah.
He's staying true to his reputation.
I'm blowing through.
2 Yukon Quest wins and a 3rd and a 4th place in the Iditarod. So it's probably the most talented team I've ever driven, but I feel like this team is going to get better.
Gee, good dogs. Good dogs.
An hour and 10 minutes later, Dallas Seavey becomes the 11th team to arrive.
I'm in a wee touch of a hurry.
And the second team to depart Nikolai.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
It's 48 miles to McGrath. One has to assume that without straw in that sled, Dallas won't stop. He may be pushing to his 24-hour mandatory rest.
I didn't want these guys going 10 miles an hour. That's a high-risk zone for my dog team. So we went to McGrath on about 15 hours of rest. Steady. I wanted them to slow down. I wanted them to walk out there.
With teams now piling up in Nikolai and Sass and Seavey on their way to McGrath, those resting have time to assess and to dread the day they return back to this checkpoint.
Can't help but think we gotta go back through all that.
So it was rough, huh?
I mean, it's no rougher than normal, but normally we're done with it now.
I don't know the trail that well, so I'm looking back over my shoulder to try and gauge what, how does it look when I'm going to be coming the other way, especially whenever I think about it, that there may be something that's tricky. And on this section, I pretty much just stopped doing that, I think. I'm just like, this is going to be slightly hellish. Yeah. I really, really kind of hope we just get rerouted to the coast.
I'm actually about 2.5 hours behind pace, normal pace that I set. I'm just taking it easy for now. I think going home's going to be some hard work for us and the dogs. So just relaxing and keeping them strong, and they're looking really good. And that Mr. Seavey, he's in a hurry to get somewhere. Yeah, but he knows what he's doing. So.
I was trying to turn back the clock of ages. Yeah, something's going on with my team. I'm really rarely perplexed, but I'm perplexed of what's going on or what's not going on. They're putting out about 60% of what they should be and what they could. It's just something's amiss. So that means you take the foot off the pedal, give them lots of rest, and hope to rectify that situation. Because we have to come over the same hills that we just came down over, and it'll require some power.
There is always someone moving on this trail. A chance to hop back and see what it's like in the farewell burn. The leaders did it in the dark. The middle of the pack is hitting the snowless trail and the endless ups and downs.
Good job.
Before long, the lead pack is on the move as they begin to spill out of Nikolai. Richie Deal waited 4 hours and 6 minutes and heads for McGrath. 5 minutes later, it's Yor Olsen, Pete Kaiser, and Travis Beals, who all rested 3 to 4 hours.
Yeah, the last little bit into Nikolai was just kind of slow, softer snow. This is the first checkpoint I've been to, so I don't, or stayed in, so I don't really know where everybody is. I've just kind of been camping around the same people the whole time. So otherwise, I have no idea where everybody is.
I'm obviously further back than I would like to be. I don't know what time I got here last year, but I think I'm either earlier or about the same time, and I was second last year and 16th this year. So obviously it's a lot faster, but I'm not too worried. There's a lot of race left. Hopefully, and I know there's a bunch of teams I'll catch on the second half. That's bound to happen. So I'm not too concerned.
Back at Roan, Larry Doherty left the checkpoint, but had to come back because he forgot a very important piece of gear.
Oh, I forgot my parka. I was almost all the way across the garage. That's when I realized it.
When you got cold?
I better turn around right now.
With Allie Zirkle safely in Anchorage undergoing tests,
breakfast.
Her dogs are being cared for by those at the checkpoint, including the insider's Bruce Lee. The vets have watched closely and the dogs are being moved to the airstrip so they can be flown safely to Anchorage.
We'll get those dogs loaded up and get them back home.
Ryan Reddington has chosen to take his floating 8-hour rest in Nikolai. So has Aaron Burmeister, Martin Boozer, Aaron Peck, and Michelle Phillips. The teams have 3 mandatory stops to take during this race. A floating 8-hour rest that has to be used with the mushers' discretion from Rhone going north to Rhone going south. Also, a 24-hour rest that they can take anywhere, and a mandatory 8-hour rest in Skwentna south. That's 67 miles from the finish line.
I'm just trying to focus on just my own little thing. Yeah, it's pretty early, and I just need to do what my team needs, you know, instead of getting all caught up. And what is it, mile 200?
263.
263, okay, yeah. So, yeah, I'm just going to focus on my group and, you know, evaluate after the 24.
McGrath, mile 295 on the Gold Loop Trail. And as predicted, Dallas Evie has arrived after a 7-hour run.
Oh boy. Oh. Welcome to McGrath, Dallas.
Thank you.
He has set himself up to take his 24-hour rest here. No team has ever taken a 24-hour rest in McGrath and won the race. But with the trail 100 miles shorter, who knows how this will play out. He is also tested for COVID-19. Dr. Jody Guest, the COVID czar for Iditarod, is there to do the test. Every musher will be tested in McGrath, going each direction.
Dallas, this is from community members here, Loretta Millell. These are some mitts for the first team in the McGrath this year on behalf with Alaska Air Transit. It's a very special pair, and also Renee Egress is giving these.
Oh my goodness.
And,
look at that beadwork.
Yeah, it's just beautiful.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very nice.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate that very much. That is a nice little surprise.
I'll hang on to those.
You're going to hold on to those
Yes,
for me?
sir, I will.
All right. I destroy all my gear that I have with me here, so
All
you
right.
keep those for me because those are going to stay nice.
All right, so they'll get you parked, and it's a
Awesome.
great place to be.
And within minutes of receiving the award, Dallas is also given some good news.
Hey Dallas, we just wanted to let you know your test result's negative and you're good to continue the race.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
It's also learned in McGrath that the Iditarod has had to change the race route. Flat will no longer be the point in which the teams reverse course and head back towards Deshka Landing. The loop now will be at Iditarod. There's too much snow and they were unable to punch a trail into Flat. So the Gold Loop Trail is now 40 miles shorter.
I wanted to bring Mark in here to give us a quick update on why that is that the trail has been modified for the viewers.
Yeah, it pretty much just deals with the amount of snow that we have in the ground right now. Our trail breakers had a really tough time getting to Iditarod. You know, we want to make sure we have a safe trail for the dogs going back. And so they're just going to go ahead and take their time in Iditarod and then work back.
As Dallas shuts it down for 24 hours, Pete Kaiser is the next to arrive. An hour and 29 minutes later, he too is COVID tested. He's followed in by Richie Deal and your Leifseth Olsen.
It is pretty nice, like when you get into a checkpoint and it's a little mellow for the, you know, first little part of it before the madness happens, because I'm sure McGrath's going to be the place where a lot of teams are going to 24.
We're here in one piece relatively, so that's kind of always the goal, is to try to get to your 24 in really good shape. It actually was one of the better trails we've had in quite a while, between Nikolai and McGrath. Sometimes that can be pretty punchy, but it was hot, so it was not super fast for the dogs, but it wasn't terrible. I've seen way worse trails.
It was on and off, fast and hard and slushy and wet, and yeah, not too bad though.
Brent Sass camped on the trail for 3 hours. It's no surprise when he hits McGrath, he won't be there long.
Thank you, everybody.
Have a good run.
Yep.
McGrath will become the safest bet to take your 24-hour mandatory rest. There are amenities for the mushers to dry clothing and to sleep.
Even from the middle of last year's race, we're getting news, losing villages, and you know, part of dog mushing is we take this trail 1 mile at a time, and we just take it as it comes.
But Brent Sass won't be the only team going through McGrath. He'll have company. After 2-hour rests, both Ryan Reddington and Aaron Burmeister leave McGrath, headed for Ophir, 41 miles away.
I'm taking my 24 here. I'd had a couple plans as I was starting the race, and this was plan B, but I think it makes the most sense right now with kind of our power situation for being able to recharge batteries and lights and stuff. And now that I'm soaked from the knees down, this will be a good spot.
Greg Heister, Bruce Lee, and welcome to the checkpoint of Ophir. Approximately 350 miles into the 49th Iditarod. Now we've got two teams out on the trail from McGrath headed this way. Brent Sass, who appears to have stopped about 11 miles outside of McGrath. Ryan Reddington now on the trail. As he has done for most of his Iditarod career, Brent Sass is camped outside of McGrath on his way to Ophir.
I'm going to get up the Ophir and if they look good, try and push on to Iditarod for the 24. The 8 this year, because you can take it in such a wide range of places, roan to roan, it's kind of a strategy thing. You know, Ryan, those guys took it. I think Ryan was the only one maybe that took it back, and Nikolai on the way out. So he's clearly got a completely different strategy on the whole thing. But yeah, I'm gonna take it on the way home. Wherever I do the 24, and then that 8, and then the Squetna 8 will be the only places I stop in checkpoints.
Before the sun is up on the trail, Ryan Reddington leads the race into Ophir, 336 miles into the race. A 5-hour, 40-minute run.
How long would you like to stay, short or long?
I'm gonna 24.
Okay.
Ryan will shut it down in Ophir for his 24-hour rest. An hour and 26 minutes later, it's Brent Sass arriving in Ophir.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's cold out.
Are you going to stay a bit?
What's the trail look like?
Nobody knows.
Nobody knows.
He's clearly unsure about what to do. There are reports of 10 feet of snow and a difficult trail ahead that Brent Sass is not sure he wants to be the first team to find.
Yep, I'm gonna go. Okay. I don't sleep a lot to begin with. I mean, 4 or 5 hours a day is most I get in general. You know, I'll obviously go on sleeping binges every now and then, but my body functions really well, and I love what I do. And it goes back to that experience. You just do the things that you do instead of having to think about them too much. And if you have to think about stuff when you're tired, you're in trouble.
Before Brent can leave, Aaron Burmeister arrives. And he leaves no doubt. He and Ryan Reddington will be stopping in Ophir.
There you go, Chief.
Brent Sass will be the only team leaving for now.
Thanks, everybody.
We were the first team to arrive there, and I thought it was awesome, perfect spot. I thought there'd be more than one tent for the mushers, and shortly after I took a breath there, and before I even got ready to take a nap, the tent was filling with gear and mushers, and luckily I was the first one that put my gear in there, and there was other mushers that were trying to dry gear out and sleep, but there was no spot for them because all the spots were claimed.
Time-wise, because I'd already completed my 8, I was really in second or third place by time, and I knew that in my mind already. The front runners didn't look at it that way because they didn't see me anymore. They didn't know where I was. I knew I was still right there, but I called it running in the shadows. That way I wasn't being watched every minute. That way I can pull the come from behind.
The sun is now up on Wednesday morning. Brent Sass is making his way towards Iditarod. 80 miles further down the trail. 4 hours after Brent left Ophir, Aaron Peck arrives and leaves as well. He'll push to Iditarod. And so will Milla Porcel,
Come on, that's coming.
who arrives nearly 2 hours after Aaron Peck.
You can, and I'll run you right up there to the chute. Start running. Okay.
She leaves for the ghost town as well.
Thank you.
It never occurred to me not to go to Iditarod. I mean, it just made perfect sense to me. I felt very comfortable with it because I backed it up in the sense the dogs were trained to go to Iditarod on 4-hour vests the whole way.
These conditions with the sun and the warm afternoons are actually really good for getting the snow to set up and getting cold at night. I think the guys that went through today, because it was cold last night, trail breakers went over it yesterday, should have a good firm surface on it. But if they chew that surface up, then it'll get soft and slow. So they should be in good shape. Tonight it'll get hard after they've chewed it up, and we're hoping tomorrow morning when we go that we've got a good base. We all have hopes, but it's all a gamble. And which gamble is going to pay off, it's really hard to say.
Might get worse. That's what I was thinking. It might be worse on the way back because everybody's breaking up the trail, you know. And so yeah, we'll see. Nice to have big, strong dogs for this, but little dogs might go over it without punching through, you know. So that's it. I got big dogs, so I hope it's a good trail though.
I was on the fence for a long time, and I thought doing the 24, well, they're upbeat, they're happy, and just continue that way and just keep their speed up. It is a long way back, and it's going to be tough. So, you know, I think a well-rested, happy team, rather than push them a little bit more, taking that edge off of them, might be to my advantage.
Meanwhile, 41 miles farther back, the rest of the lead pack rests and refreshes their teams with rubs, warmth from the sun, and sleep. They can't do anything about what's happening up in front of the race.
This is the most conservative race I've ran in many years, and I'm kind of enjoying it. The dogs are enjoying it, so hopefully it pays off later on. I actually really wanted to go to Iditarod, but it sounded like the trail to Iditarod wasn't ideal, and it was supposed to drop temperature a lot, and I didn't want to run in the heat and then be laid out in the cold. So I would rather have, had the dogs laying out in the sun and relaxing, and then go run through the cold.
It always comes down the second half on whoever has the most power, but typically some years the coast can throw a kink in things with weather and storms and winds and things like that, so it might stop a few teams. It wouldn't, where this year there really isn't going to be anything like that. So they got some pretty good hills to climb going back to Rainy.
Many teams are now in McGrath and on their 24-hour layover. The sunny day helps these teams recover, and it gives those on their first Iditarod experience a chance to reflect.
I've been mushing for 20 years, and when you get to a certain place, especially when you have your own kennel, a lot of times you're like just thinking about all these details and thinking about all the logistics, and I got to get this done, and it kind of like loses the joy a little bit. And it was like I just suddenly found it, and I haven't felt that level of like mushing joy in years. So yeah, it was really good to have that back. And yeah, it's so beautiful and so cool to see this different part of the country, it's like awesome.
I just have to take it one moment at a time, one run at a time, and that strategy is honestly always like worked with me just in life, and I'm trying to apply it my best to the race because it's some tough stuff out here for sure.
I'm upbeat right now, and I try to always be as best I can, but it's a struggle at some point. You just try to stay positive and remind yourself that I chose to do this, so it's kind of on me anyways.
Summoning Rainy Pass. I got there just as the sun's coming up. And when I got there and looked around at the vast expanse and how beautiful it is, you can't describe it to anybody that's never been there. And it was so much more beautiful than I ever thought it could be. And to have my dog team, the dogs that I've trained, up on the summit of Rainy Pass. And I had to hook down for a second and walk up to each and every one of them. And I told them, I'm like, guys, I promised you I would get you here. And here we are. You're still young, but as a puppy, I promised you that I would get you up here. And here we are. Take a look around, boys. This has been a very emotional trip for me, to have this dog team in front of me.
And for one very disappointed musher, the dream ends in McGrath. These are torturous hours.
Probably scratchier. Well, my sled broke 3 times now. I've got no brake. My dogs have been sick the whole time. Well, not the whole time. They've been progressively getting sick. Started with one and I dropped him and then kind of spread through my whole team. I was hoping they'd get better by now, and 500 miles with 7 dogs is a haul. For their benefit and my benefit, it's better just throw in the towel.
The day gets longer, and Brent Sass, Aaron Peck, and Milla Porsild remain on the trail headed towards Iditarod.
I think I was the one on the team dealing with it the least well. Because, you know, the trail markers I'd be like, is that a star or is that a trail marker? Or this just keeps coming. The dog did not care. They were just trucking. So actually having fun with that.
I know you don't like this, but it's comfortable. There you go.
In Ophir, others rest. These 24 hours tick away. Mushers sleep, and through the brain fog, strategize the days ahead.
I heard that the trail was just getting put in yesterday evening, so to me, looking at all the snow tells me it's going to be like sugary and soft, and a couple teams went over, so they'll break whatever crust there was up, so I wouldn't be going there anyways. I plan to come here and only here. So it's a good thing because I probably would have got weak-headed and stopped in McGrath. I just like it here because it's remote and, you know, it's peaceful. McGrath is like the new Takotna. It's busy, lots of people around, lots of noise, lots of teams. You know, out here I like coming to Ophir. I've come here twice.
You kind of just like bobblehead it as you go down the trail, but I try not to let that happen because, I mean, it is my job to be focusing on all the dogs and making sure everybody's okay. So if I do feel myself starting to do that, then I either I've got some caffeine gum or sing or listen to music or brush my teeth and just like get a lot of cold air on my face or whatever to wake up, so then I can watch the dogs and make sure everything's good.
Do you want to sing for us?
I mean, I think you'd lose some insiders if I did that, so I probably won't.
Top 20 would be great, top 10 would be amazing, but just I want to finish with as many dogs as I can and make sure they get a good experience out of it, since some of them haven't done it before. So right now I still have 14 and trying to keep it that way as long as possible. So if I have to slow down a little bit, then that's what I'll do. But yeah, it's going good.
You just watched Paige come in. What'd you think?
That team looks awesome. They should probably keep going. They should just go on through. But she just had a 2-hour rest in McGrath before she came over, so she probably needs a little more rest before she goes. But yeah, that's a good team.
Dallas Evie is preparing to come off his 24-hour rest. The coming hours will be crucial in his attempt to win his 5th Iditarod.
Taking, let's say roughly 20 miles out of the trail will make a difference somewhere. The most important thing right now I think that everybody's focusing on is how do you run that next third of the race? Where do you land for your 8? On this race that is shorter, maximizing your mandatory rest I think is more important, as a larger percentage of your total rest is going to be wrapped up in those 3 mandatories. So that's something I've really been thinking hard on, is how do I get from here to either maybe Ophir would be a good option, preferably I think come back here for your mandatory 8, or on to Nikolai perhaps. And it was really hard to break up that run, and I actually think that it got a lot easier when they removed the flat loop.
It's been a pleasure. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right, we good to go?
Yep.
Hey, Ghost, ready? Oh! Oh!
An hour and 18 minutes after Dallas leaves McGrath, Brent Sass hits Iditarod.
How's it going?
Good. How about you?
I'm doing great. Happy to be here.
He will declare his 24-hour rest and shut it down. Only when the chasers reach Iditarod will we know if Brent Sass is truly in the lead, or in fact part of the chase crew. Dallas is only about 120 miles behind.
Right.
Your Olsen is the next to leave, and within a few hours, the trail will fill with some of the best dog teams in the world. Rested and powered for the trail ahead.
We did our 24. We got a long way to go. You know, we got to think about going back through the burn. And on one hand, you don't want much power on the burn. On the other hand, you don't want to be stuck at the bottom of the hill. So, yeah, it's mushing.
Almost to the minute, it's 5 hours after he left McGrath, and Dallas Evie arrives in Ophir.
14. No, okay, 14 total. Yep.
He's carrying dogs. He takes time to switch a few out, and he reloads with food.
They look great. I think the run going to McGrath was a little longer than I anticipated. I didn't know we'd be taking that trail, so it was about 5 miles farther. I was a little concerned that that may have been 5 miles too far going into the 24, but any concerns I had went away as soon as they got on the trail coming here. So the colder like this, they're eating like wolves again, so if these guys can eat, if they're eating, we're in a good place. I don't like doing super long hauls. It's just not the type of breed that I have. I could train them to do that. We did more long runs this year, but I try to avoid those. So instead of doing a super long trek with the dogs or letting the dogs go very fast, I would rather slow down the speed, rotate them through the sled, give them all a short break in the sled, accept the negative effect that's going to have on the rest of the team that has to pull them. And the benefit is that we get to do a longer section of trail as a team, as a unit. This is something that is available to every single musher.
11 minutes after he arrives, Dallas leaves Ophir for the 80-mile run to Iditarod. It's 10 o'clock at night.
When I got to Ophir, I asked if Dallas had went through, and I was told he did not, and he was camped there. And I was like, wow, is everybody camped here? And they were like, yes, everyone's camped here. And I was like, wow, then there's no point in me pushing and going through if everyone stopped here. So I parked and did my chores and everything, and then found out that Dallas did not stop there.
The pace of the race will now quicken as every minute will begin to count. As the teams come off their 24-hour rest, the hope is that the dogs have returned to their pre-race energy. They will only reach their top speed if, in fact, that has happened. The sun is now up on the trail, and by 8 a.m., there are 17 teams between Ophir and Iditarod, including those on their 24-hour rest that are soaking in that sun.
The 3-year-olds are just thriving. There are dogs that there's several that had actually never been in a race at all. And lots of training, of course, but like a couple I wasn't sure, they were on the fence to bring them, but now they're like rock stars. They just seem to have a natural ability to recover and eat and thrive in this environment.
The closer I got here, the more excited I was about that this was my 24. Because I can't imagine coming here and turning those dogs around on a 4-hour rest. I'm used to traveling really far, not knowing what's there, and I don't care. And whatever comes up is great. Here you can actually worry about it or be like, damn, I just went across this section, but I gotta come back through it. Once we turn around, I mean, they know the trail. They know the trail years later. So they know when we turn around and we're going back.
I'm happy with my move, one, because I got this rest. There were no dog teams, no commotion. There was nothing around here. The wind blew when I got here, and then the wind stopped, so that was really nice. We had the musher cabin basically to ourselves. So for all of those reasons, I think it was a really good move to come here. Plus, turn around and going back now, they've hit the reset button. Now, as soon as I point down the trail towards home, they're going to realize it and be, I think, pretty stoked about it.
1 2 1 2 check 1 2.
And he chose to accept his award after he got some sleep. Brent wins the GCI Dorothy G. Page official halfway prize, gold and a cool trophy.
Welcome to Iditarod. Second year in a row I get a chance to do this.
Yeah, I'm excited to be here. It was a good run, and just happy to be halfway done now.
Well, on behalf of GCI and the entire GCI family here in Alaska, We're happy to award you the Dorothy Page Halfway Award, which consists of the gold or the phone.
Yeah,
one?
easy choice. I'll take the gold.
Okay, we'll have that for you back at the finish line.
All right.
Again, congratulations and welcome to Iditarod.
Yeah, thank you so much for your support of the race. We really appreciate it, and everyone at GCI, and thanks for coming out here to the middle of nowhere to give the award out.
Back at Don's cabin, teams rest, breaking the run from McGrath to Iditarod up in 2 runs.
A couple of places in the gorge that were momentarily terrifying. There was one spot where the trail split, and I could see the reflective marker on the right from the BLM trail, and then the trail marker on the left, and the dogs took the right. Now, as I was wondering what I should do about it, I square on hit a tree. And I kind of looked at my sled and I'm like, well, you know, unhooked the dog stug lines, and they're like, all right, we're relaxed, we're not going anywhere, and pulled it free and looked at it, and one runner's bet kind of looked it over. I'm like, I bet she'll drive. Yeah, man, drove it right out of there. That's fine, still like that.
I'm changing out my runner plastic. I had wide plastic on, and the trail's kind of side hilly, angled to the side, and so the wide plastic, it kind of sticks out the sides of the runners, and then as you put pressure on it, it kind of bends down, and so then you just slide over. But with the narrower plastic, it's got a sharper edge, and you can carve a little better and catch an edge, hopefully. Love says I can't, but we'll see. So I'm changing my plastic. I have the wrong temperature rated plastic on too. It was working fine, but there's different temperatures of plastic, or different colors of plastic, just like ski wax, different temperatures of snow. So I'm changing it out, but when I went to overflow the other night, my runners filled up with water and then froze. And so right now I'm using a little heat to melt it and then scraping the ice out, so then my plastic will slide in.
And this is the first time I've ever done any part of the southern route. My other 2 were both northern routes, so this trail over the hills here was brand new.
How'd you like it?
Oh, it was beautiful. Yeah, and I could tell it was windy for maybe the front end, or I don't even know if it was the trail breakers, but you could tell that the wind had blown there, but it was super nice when I went over.
At 11:14 a.m., Dallas CV hits the halfway point of Iditarod.
Thank you.
He will most certainly rest. Brent Sass won't be able to leave for another 10 hours.
All right, bud.
15 to 20 miles back on the trail at Moose Creek Cabin, Aaron Burmeister, along with the triplets, rest. That's Richie Deal, Pete Kaiser, Yor Leifseth Olsson. They hide in the shadows of Iditarod.
Super proud of the dogs. Their attitude has been great, and I think they're having fun, and we'll see. You know, it might be even more fun for them when we start passing teams. So might be a little challenging on the narrow trails and stuff, but I think dogs are doing phenomenal.
Well, I guess we get to turn around and go back here in about 15 miles or so. So it's different kind of knowing what we just came over, so we're kind of knowing what we're going up against on the way back, and some head-on passing probably in some tight trails, but I guess we just got to deal with it as it comes. So yeah, it's definitely kind of a bummer not to just be going down the trail to Nome like we usually do, but it is what it is. The whole goal behind the first several hundred miles of the race, at least for me every year, is to try to get them to come together, all get on the same page, eat well, and become kind of like a team that can hopefully compete in the second half or the last 300 to 400 miles of the race.
They were a couple hours ahead of me, and they kind of let me know what their plan was. They were going to go to Iditarod and then back to that cabin, and then go from the cabin back to Ophir again. And they kind of wanted to, they were running the idea by me, and I said, I can't do that, guys. It's a 28-mile run. You throw a 3-hour break in there, it's game over. Put you 3 hours behind. You can't do that anymore after you're 24.
Travis Beals is just 4 minutes behind Dallas. It was his plan to camp prior to Iditarod. He carried food and straw into the checkpoint.
I can take an 8 here, and you can do long breaks on the way home and still have a team that's ready to rock and roll and go up the gorge and stuff. My team likes the hills, so if I got to get off and run,
I guess we'll get off and run. One of the things I was hoping is people would do some crazy stuff leaving their 24, trying to catch up and make them a little bit easier to fight later. I don't care if they catch up with me. I mean, I fully expect that they will. I just want them to be as weak as possible when they do, right? So that's how my strategy kind of works. If they're an hour or two ahead of me, that's fine. I just need to have the strongest dog team. And so I gotta try to figure out what helps my team be strongest relative to the competition.
Wade Mars is the next to arrive, a brand new first-time father. What a year it's been for he and his wife, and now a great showing in the race. He dreams of winning.
I told Sophie, she said, what do you think about it? And I said, now I got someone else to impress. So, I mean, you can look at it however you want, right? But I don't think it's a bad life to grow up in. I think he's going to try to be the next Aaron Rodgers or something way cooler than this.
It's 42 minutes later, and Dallas Evie, after a 3-hour and 40-minute rest, is preparing his team for their departure.
That 5 thing does loom over you a little bit, right? I want to do well in the race, but more than anything, the Iditarod for me is the 1 week each year where I get to test myself. I get to push myself. I get to dig deep, and I have to do everything perfectly. Just for the pure, simple sake of this is my suck week.
And then the rest of the contending pack continues to arrive. Ryan Reddington arrives 45 minutes after CV leaves.
Okay, I'm going through.
Ryan hurries, and with 10 dogs, he chases Dallas out of the checkpoint.
I wanted to do good, not only for me, but like for my grandpa and my family, my dad. And they got a lot at stake in this race. My parents, you know, they sent me with their 5 best dogs, and I'm trying to do the right moves to make them proud and represent their dogs as well.
Jessie Royer is next. She'll stop and take her 8-hour rest in Iditarod. And then the 3 musketeers arrive, all within 7 minutes of each other. Richie Deal, Pete Kaiser, and Yor Olson all spend just minutes in Iditarod and then head down the trail. They will go back to the cabin they were just in and rest again. The day is beginning to get long. Dallas Evie is out in the lead, and he's headed back towards Ophir. Wade Mars and Brent Sass are in Iditarod preparing to leave.
Can you catch Dallas?
You know, I thought yesterday that I had a chance, and then I kind of made a mistake coming here. And I mean, I'm not saying there's not a chance. We still got to go across the burn, and you know, Dallas's sled or my sled or any of our sleds could end up in splinters, or ourselves could end up in splinters. So there's that option for catching anybody, especially with a really strong, hard driving dog team going across there. It could be a game changer for sure. But as far as dog teams go, you never know. It's a dog race. Anything can happen. We've seen a lot of big leads fall apart a lot of times in the past.
Can you catch it out?
Yeah, anything's possible. You know, I mean, at this point, we're only halfway through this thing, and there are plenty of obstacles ahead. I mean, I'm not waving the white flag, that's for sure. I think these guys are going to look good leaving here. It'll take us a little while to warm up, but we had a good rest, and weather's cool, and yeah, I mean, Dallas definitely doesn't have this thing in the bag. 5-hour lead is not that much with 400 miles left and a trail that he doesn't necessarily have dialed in. I still got lots of confidence in this team, and we're gonna race all the way to the Willow.
Aaron Burmeister now makes his presence known in Iditarod. He appears and leaves 2 minutes in front of Brent Sass. The sun is still up.
Later.
But it won't be for long. The trail ahead is now full of teams chasing Dallas Evie, and it's cold, and the night ahead will turn brutal.
I appreciate it. How do we get out of here?
At 4:19 Friday morning, Dallas Evie arrives in Ophir. He's not wasting any time. and off he goes to McGrath. Nearly 2 hours later, it's Ryan Reddington arriving. Not sure where everyone is.
Yes, he did. About 4:15, almost 2 hours ago.
How long did he stay?
5 minutes.
Yep.
What do you want to do?
I'm staying.
No, it is a big deal to me. 2017, I froze my face where it all turned black, and I didn't want that experience. So luckily I had some really good neck gaiters, and I felt comfortable with the cold.
Ryan is followed by a 3-team pack of Deal, Kaiser, and Olsen.
Doing my 8 here.
They all pull in. They will all take their 8-hour rest in Ophir. These teams have endured a hellacious few nights on the trail. It's been cold, 30 below for a few nights, but last night it reached 58 below zero in Ophir, and maybe even colder than that further back on the trail.
Sit there and shiver. No, I mean, luckily there were some hills, so you can actually run up the hills a little bit and get a little bit warm. But you feel it. The temperature changes through all the high and low spots back there too. You can really tell when it gets down to 50. I wouldn't be surprised if a couple spots might have been 60 back there.
I couldn't understand why my toes were so cold, and I was afraid of frostbiting my toes. So I had to start up the cooker and take my boots off and get them warm before I could do anything. All I could think about was in a couple of weeks I'm gonna be in Florida visiting my new family, so it's gonna be nice and warm.
A little less than an hour after those three arrive, Brent Sass hits Ophir. He doesn't like checkpoints, regardless of how cold it is.
All right, Merle, you ready? All right, let's go.
Two beautiful dog teams and two awesome mushers, and they're out of reach for my team, but I'm learning a lot, and I'm not giving up yet. It is a thin line. When you're pushing the pace like that, you could make a wrong move and be catching an airplane ride home. I was doing everything that I thought the dogs were trained for and that we were prepared to do.
CB continues towards McGrath. The others are arriving. The sun is out, warming these teams, but it's still 25 below zero.
Okay.
Milla Porsild spent the night camped on the trail at nearly 60 below zero.
When I saw some straw, I pulled over and I could see that it was where Dallas had been because of the booties that were there once I had stopped. So it was really nice because there was tons of straw already, and then I had straw with me, and I laid the dogs out, and then I realized I'd forgotten my thermarest in Iditarod. And it was really, honestly, too lazy to take my sleeping bag out, or I felt it was too time consuming, right? So I took a little bit of extra straw and laid it by my wheel dogs, and then I laid down to sleep. And then I woke up and I was like, it's a little, I'm kind of chilly. I must not have eaten right, or I'm becoming a wimp. I mean, I was kind of like, something is just wrong with me, right? But the dogs needed to sleep a little bit longer. It was sunny, and I kind of didn't really, I needed to adjust my plan. So I just kind of started walking back and forth on the trail thinking about, okay, how am I actually going to do these next couple of runs? And then I took a picture because, there's a little bit of stuff left on my phone, and I was like, it looked kind of cold in this picture. But I was thinking like 30 below, and people were telling me that it was 58 below, and I was like, wow. Didn't expect that to be the case.
It's 9:32 a.m. Friday morning, and Dallas CV is back in McGrath. He drops his hook and will take his 8-hour floating rest here. The minutes become crucial now. It's mile 537, which means there's a little less than 300 miles to go, and Dallas finds humor in the cold through last night.
Pulled my boots off, and I'm trying to run a cooker to make some coffee for myself, and my feet are out in the air. I'm like, dang, my feet are freezing. So I dug out my little camp booties and put them on, put my double liners together and put my boot on. I remember I got my first boot on. I'm like, what's the temperature? I grabbed my thermometer that hangs on the back of my sled, and somewhere in there it had been smashed against the sled, and the little vial at the very top had snapped off. So I'm like, it's broken. But I look at it, and the mercury is all the way down, like below the 55, between the 55 and the 60, right? I'm like, it's broken. And I hooked it in my trailer in the back of the thing. I'm like, I don't even want to look at it. I looked at my dogs.
None of them were shivering, or you know, when they're curled up, you'll see that little tiny shiver. None of them were doing that. I'm like, I remember I picked up my thermos and I was wearing a glove, and through my glove, I was getting contact frostbite from holding that metal. Like, I couldn't pour my hot water into it. I had to set it down, stop, you know, brace it with my feet, pour the water in. When I got up to McGrath, I asked him, you know, what is the temperature? And the guy had a thermometer there. He's like, it's 10 below. So I grabbed my thermometer out of the trailer, 10 below. Dang it, it was 55. It's almost 60 below out there. I'm like, I'm glad I didn't believe this, because I would have been way more miserable if I knew that it was that cold.
Alice, I'd like to present this to you. Actually, you're going to have 2 of these from your first trip in, and the nice beaver mitts that you got. This is from Rosalie Egress on behalf of Alaska Transit and the community of McGrath. We welcome you to be the first team into McGrath on the return trip.
Awesome, thank you.
And I'll hang on to that.
Thank you to Rosalie for awesome craftsmanship, man.
She has done beautiful work, as the
Very
other two
nice.
have, and it's very good. I sure appreciate it.
Well, thank you. Thanks a lot.
Yes, sir. You have
Happy
a
to
good
be
run.
here.
The race is far from over. Brent Sass has arrived 3 hours and 10 minutes behind Dallas. He too has to take his 8-hour rest, so he will now have to stay in the checkpoint this time.
There's only one person here ahead of me, so that's a good thing. I'm not looking at what anybody else is doing and just trying to focus on the team ahead of me, and we're here in second place, so that's a good thing. A lot of race left though, a lot of challenges left. We've already seen it. It's gonna look a lot different going the other way, I think though, so lots and lots of race left.
Wade Mars is an hour behind Brent, and these 3 teams will now sit and count the minutes before they can leave.
I mean, Dallas had a dog team that if I made a move to make up 4 hours, he'd just make up a move to gain another hour. And it would be pretty easy for him to do at that point. Making up that significant amount of time, it takes something out of your team too.
The challengers arrive, Reddington and Burmeister.
You see a lot of mushers, their fingers come in, they're swollen like sausages. There's nicks and cuts all over. If you touch a bottle of heat at 50 below with your bare fingers, or touch a snap to unsnap a dog, it burns. You get burns on your fingers and your hands swell up. You spill a little bit of heat on the side of your finger when you're filling your cooker at 50 below, all of a sudden that finger swells up huge. It's a big burn mark. It's survival. You got to take care of yourself.
I'm doing well, and I know there's a lot of people that got a lot of high hopes for me as well, and we could continue to have a really good, strong race, and we can back off the throttle and have to take more rest on the trail. We're prepared either way, and we're going to do the best we can.
Dallas Seavey is preparing to leave McGrath. Another championship is within his grasp.
Gamble, ready.
However, with 300 miles to go, nothing is certain. He leaves McGrath at 5:32 Friday evening, headed back to Nikolai, mile 585 on the trail.
I was confident enough to sacrifice an hour to give my dogs a little bit of a ride over to Nikolai. My focus on that last section of the race is get ready to race. I don't need to know who I'm racing yet, but be prepared to take on any challenger. Let them throw the biggest, baddest dog at you. You gotta be ready to win that fight. Whoever's behind me, Aaron and Brent, it's their move. The ball's in their court.
With Dallas on the move, there remain 6 teams in McGrath within 5 hours of him. The question remains now, do the challengers have enough gas in the tank to catch him?
I've got several top 5 finishes. Each one of those top 5, I felt like I was driving the winning team, but I made mistakes in those races, and it cost me the race. So you put all those mistakes together that I've made over the years, and hopefully we can pull one off. There's still some really stout, strong competition here. We've closed the gap from 6 hours behind to now I think I'm 2.5 hours behind. We'll see how things come together. Wish me a little luck, and hopefully angels are still guiding me.
The sun is setting on another night on the Iditarod Trail. 4-time champion Dallas Seavey is in the lead. The temperatures are plummeting again. Perfect for his dogs, not so much for the mushers. Ryan Reddington is the first chaser out, an hour and 45 minutes behind, certainly within range.
With him coming off of his 8, he was going to be like a rocket leaving there. I wanted to not have that pressure of trying to make time or keep keep running with them.
We're not going to look like Dallas, even, are we? We're going to look better, guys. We're not going to look like that other guy.
2 hours and 20 minutes after Dallas left, Aaron Burmeister heads for Nikolai. Still with 14 dogs, he leaves with confidence.
This is what we've been building the team for the entire race. It's taken a lot of patience, but it's a game plan that I came in with, is to be conservative, push to take my 8-hour layover early, to put it behind us, to put that rest in the tank. And it put me behind, but that's something that was part of my plan, is to get behind. That way I'm not out front or in a race with anybody. I'm just focusing on keeping the dogs healthy, running my own team, running my own schedule. This is my 28th Iditarod. I've won all the first 2 awards except first to the finish line.
Only one thing I gotta know now, so you ready for the comeback? Yeah.
3 hours and 10 minutes after Dallas, it's Brent Sass's turn to go. A fresh team after an 8-hour rest is still competing for a championship.
Everyone still expects me to just knock out the 100-mile run somewhere, which is a good thing to have, people thinking you're going to do. But I'll never do another 100-mile run in a race ever again, probably, because I don't think it's the solution.
It's cold when Dallas CV reaches Nikolai going south. It's 12:44 a.m. He left McGrath with a lead.
Yeah. Hi there, kiddo. How are we doing today?
He needs to bank rest here for the push to the finish line.
How was it right in? It was very good. A little bit chilly.
He rested 8 hours in McGrath. After a 48-mile run, he'll rest again.
Just on behalf of the people of Nikolai and Nikolai volunteers for being the first musher into Nikolai.
I appreciate that.
Made by an elder in Nikolai.
Fantastic. Well, thank you very much, sir. I appreciate it. I sure appreciate Nikolai being a great host once again for us, especially this year, you know?
Yeah.
So, thank you very much.
And thanks for coming in, for giving us a good show.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate it. All right, well, I'm going to hang out and enjoy your hospitality for a few hours here before we head on out. So.
It's an hour and 30 minutes later, and Aaron Burmeister is now in second place. This longtime veteran of the Iditarod has masterfully managed his team and has put himself in position to challenge for a championship. Dallas and Aaron are now just feet apart in Nikolai, 2 last names that are synonymous with the event. Dallas's grandfather Dan ran the first race in 1973. Aaron's father, Richard, ran the race in 1979.
Okay, I'm going to pull the team forward to the food drops, then I'll get my before. Okay. Okay, we're going to go forward.
12 minutes after he arrives, Burmeister takes straw and his 14 dogs. He's now in the lead. But the straw indicates he will camp somewhere between Nikolai and the next checkpoint of Rome. Ryan Reddington is next. CV's still resting. Ryan gives them a rest.
When I camped there in Nikolai, that might have been the right move for the dogs, but it was the wrong move for me. They got one tent there for the mushers to sleep in, and the propane heater was on low, and as I was closing my eyes, I turned the dial up to turn the heat up, and I turned it off, and it was about 40 below there, and when I woke up, it was pretty cold in there.
50 minutes after Burmeister leaves, Brent Sass arrives. And as you can guess by now, he doesn't stay.
What are you guys ready?
And 8 minutes later, loaded with food and straw, he leaves Nikolai. And again, Dallas has a bird's eye view.
I'm going to be really interested to see how far they went before they stopped and camped. Obviously, both of them got straw and food and whatnot. Roan would be a really long shot straight from McGrath. So, I've got my plan. I think it's the best way to run this last portion of the race. I don't think anything that they do could make me change that. The variable is how long I stop, and that's what I love about the plan I've got. I can run it pretty conservative. If I have the opportunity, I can give them a little bit longer rest, or I can tighten our waistband a little bit, cinch the belt, and do those on short stops. And either way, I'm feeling pretty comfortable.
After a 3-hour and 6-minute rest, Dallas CV leaves Nikolai. Sass and Burmeister are likely camped, and Dallas is likely to pass them. And a game of hopscotch could ensue. But Dallas, now with more rest, even though he is behind, he has the edge. It's a 75-mile run to Roan. 20 miles from Nikolai is Salmon River Camp. That is where Aaron Burmeister is stopped to rest.
They're eating, they're drinking, they're barking and playing. They're not stressed at all. It's been fun to this point, and my goal was to have the dog team bring me to the race. And now I call McGrath the start of the race. Now we're to the race, and we'll see what we can do between here and the finish line. I'm just going to chop away a little bit on run times on every run. That's what I had to do at that point. Brent shorted his team an hour rest because he went a mile past me at Salmon River. And when he heard my dogs barking, because I was hooking up, he heard my dogs barking, it woke him up. And they were raising hell and howling and barking and everything while I was booting them up and just feeling good. So by the time I pulled the hook, 4 minutes later, I'm passing Brent, and he's already got his team halfway booted. So I knew when my dog started barking, he started booting his team. And he was cold. That was a 25 below night. He was parked in the windy area. He was standing there. I could see him shivering, booting dogs, and I'm just shaking my head going, man, that was a nice warm cabin back there, and there was a queen-size bed. And I really felt like I slept good, so.
The sun is now up, and those vying for a championship are on the move. Dallas CV has stopped at Tin Creek before Roan, 15 to 20 miles before the checkpoint.
This is the emotional roller coaster part of the race, where something's clicking with the dogs and they're cruising down the trail and you're in the lead and you're like, heck yeah, we got this thing. And then literally an hour later, you're like, how did I screw this up? Your assumption when you're sleep deprived and everything, everybody else's team is invincible and you see all the problems in your team.
On the way out, I did that run from Roan to Salmon River with an equally rested team in about 6 hours. On the way back from Salmon River back to Roan, because now we have a foot of snow, we were breaking through this much of it. There was a crust that was chewed up by snow machines, and there wasn't scary bare dirt and glare ice, but the dogs had to work harder. So on the way from Salmon River back to Roan, it took 7 hours.
I'm running a really casual schedule. I give them a nice break in the sun, the dogs recharged, watched Aaron go by, watched Brent go by, hooked up and took off. Actually, Ryan went by right before I pulled the hook. And at this point, I'm feeling pretty confident in this team. I feel like I'm fine with these guys being ahead of me because we're kind of doing this leapfrog thing, and when it comes time to race, this team, you're not going to catch them. Catching up with me is one thing, getting by me is a whole nother thing.
6, 8, 10, 12, 13.
Burmeister hits Roan first, still with 14 dogs. 6:26 in the evening, he's in the lead for now.
How's it going?
Good.
What's your
Long
bib?
day, 36.
But he knows when Dallas arrives, he won't stop in Roan. They are now 660 miles into the race.
I had enough confidence in these guys to feel no need to go taking off after Brent and Aaron. I felt a little bit bad letting Aaron go get that Fish First award in Roan. That irked me just a little bit, but I'm like, I got to let him have at least one out here. He's trying hard.
This award is being presented by the Bristol Bay Native Corporation. With this award goes $2,000 and 25 pounds of Bristol Bay salmon.
Wonderful, that's an honor. Well, thank you very much to the Bristol Bay Native Corporation for this beautiful plaque. The $2,000 cash will pay for some dog food, and the 25 pounds of salmon will be devoured by the family. There's nothing like Bristol Bay Reds, so very exciting. I'm honored to be to Roan first, and thank you again very much.
She didn't even break a sweat, huh?
I was about 6 hours behind in Iditarod, so I've narrowed it down to Roan here to roughly 2 hours behind him. Can I make up 2 hours in the next 200 miles on the way to the finish? I'm not willing to cut too much rest to do that. I like having a fast, strong, healthy dog team. So we'll just see what opportunities arise between here and there. It's a race. I'm not just going to let them walk away with it and make it easy. Somebody's got to make a push, and I'm going to be that guy right now, I guess.
Hold 'em up.
Oh, guys, good dogs.
Hey, Brent, welcome.
Yeah, thanks.
Brent Sass is next to arrive, exactly 1 hour behind Aaron Burmeister.
And I'm going to stay.
They both will rest. When they leave Roan, they have to climb back up the Alaska Range through the vaunted Dalzell Gorge. 4 minutes after Brent Sass arrives, Dallas Seavey hits road.
Hey, Dallas, welcome. Hey, thank you. I'm trying to move on down the road pretty quick.
He just rested at Tin Creek.
Let's go do it.
So he's in Roan for just 7 minutes, and he's gone.
All right.
He's back in front, and the climb to the top of Rainy Pass is next for this 4-time champion.
The plan now is to get up over this mountain and assess the dog team and make sure that they got what it's going to take to go the 100 miles to Squentina. Because the only way you're going to put a challenge on Dallas at this point is if we run 100 miles all the way to Squentina and get there as soon as we can. Because he's going to be waiting for us, you know, and getting as much rest as he can. I've done it in the Quest multiple times where you got that lead and you just sit there and you wait until you see him, and then you go boot and say, "See ya, you better chase me or you're waving the white flag." I wasn't waving any white flags. I wasn't saying my dog team is done. I wasn't going home, but I wasn't gonna put on some big push to try and catch him or try and even it out before, because I knew there wasn't going to be time at the end. We just ran out of time. We just ran out of miles.
Dallas's team looked really amazing. His team looked strong. Brent's team throughout the race looked super strong, and I kept thinking, man, my dogs must look pretty decent too, like if I'm up near these guys.
Dallas Seavey has negotiated the Dalzell Gorge, the first musher in history of this race to travel up the gorge. He's also mushing towards immortality. One of 7 mushers to have won the Iditarod 4 times, Dallas now with an opportunity to place his name alongside a legend. The only 5-time champion in the history of this race.
If you want to win, you better be up front.
Rick Swenson.
Swenson was the god. Here's all the greats. You know, Susan Butcher. Susan frickin' Butcher, right? Martin Boozer, Jeff King, Doug Swingley, Lance Mackey. That covered the span from when I was 5 years old all the way up to when I started racing my own team. Had my own kennel. Lance Mackey was dominating this thing. 4, 4, 4, 4. And then there's Rick. then there's Rick with that magical 5th one. Yeah, that seemed unattainable.
With 137 miles to go, this race far from over. But it would take a huge mistake by this enormously tactical dog driver. He arrives back at Rainy Pass checkpoint south on Puntilla Lake.
Number of dogs?
Sorry?
Number of dogs?
12.
It's 10:05 at night, and this time he accepts the award.
Welcome to Rainy Pass Lodge.
Thank you.
Doing good here. On behalf of Ryanair, I'd like to present you with the annual Ryanair Gold Coast Award. Normally this prize is awarded on the spectacular Bering Sea coast at Unalakleet, but Puntilla Lake in the Alaska Range is a fitting substitute. As the first musher to this checkpoint, Ryanair is awarding you $1,000 in gold nuggets and a beautiful carved ivory dog team made by Leonard Savage of Holy Cross, Alaska. Congratulations, Good luck down the trail. We'll see you next year in Unalakleet during Iditarod 50.
Awesome. Well, I sure appreciate it, man.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Yep.
I appreciate you guys hosting in lieu of Unalakleet there. And
our pleasure.
The weather's making us feel like it's Unalakleet minus the wind.
Yeah, that's right, huh?
Yeah, it's good for 1 year, but I will be happy to be back up there next year, and I appreciate everybody stepping up this year to make it happen. So thank you. We did both the bad sections, the 20 miles on the other side of Roan, you know, the post-Roan Glacier and the burn, and then coming back up the gorge. So we got fresh snow. We could not have asked for a better setting for the burn out there. What I was scared about, you know, the just glare, or not even glare ice, just dirt hills on the south sides had several inches of new fresh fluffy snow, so it was beautiful. And then coming up the gorge, I mean, I would train on that trail. Granted, I was the first one through there, so it will probably not get better as more teams go through, but it was great for me.
But that's not where the story of Rainy Pass Checkpoint begins. Earlier in the day, it became apparent that these Icelandic horses that live in this valley were going to be a problem, because sled dogs like to lie on straw and these horses like to eat it. So race volunteers and the lodge owner built a makeshift corral with a temporary electrical fence. Problem solved, they thought.
Right now, I am protecting the dogs from a herd of horses that is down there in the dark. Go! Go! I really thought I had my game plan all nicely figured out to roll in and set them before I got here so we could lay them down and they could get some sleep. Instead, we were playing cowboy, wrangling ponies. Oh, and I am tired. You know how many hurdles we've cleared to get to this point? At some point, you just start to expect that, you know, Murphy's Law is a little black cloud just following you around. That's not to sound persecuted, I'm just saying if you leave the opportunity for something to go wrong, it will. And I've made enough mistakes on this race already. Thankfully all small, and it's, yep, that was a mistake, now let's fix it, let's move on. In this case, it's just another hurdle, yep. Let's make the best we can out of it and move on.
There were no dogs hurt in the filming of this race. But the bellies of those horses are full, thanks to those that took the straw to the other side of the lake. Aaron Burmeister arrives and Seavy's lead remains 3 hours.
I just need to get some food and some heat and go.
Your bags are right there.
Is that out?
Aaron takes what he needs and heads for Finger Lake. If he hopes to catch Dallas, he'll have to do that by going faster or by cutting 3 hours of rest. He's at the time in the race when that decision has to be made. Dallas rests for 4 hours and gives Burmeister the hour and 40-minute advantage out of the checkpoint. He leaves headed for Finger Lake. It's 30 miles to Finger.
Okay, just up there.
9 minutes later, and Brent Sass hits Rainey. It's obvious then. It's now a two-team race.
Falling asleep like crazy out there. That trail is so damn fast. I took that seat off. It's like driving a whole different car.
Dallas was spot on. He knows what he's doing, and he made that push in the beginning to his 24, which gave him that 3-4 hour edge. He skipped that rest there, and I watched it happen as I sat outside of Nikolai, and he went by knowing that he was gaining 3 hours on me right there, on all of us.
Brent will still compete. He leaves Rainy Pass checkpoint in third place. The teams won't rest now. They know there's a mandatory 8-hour rest waiting for them at Squentna. It's all about the speed that's left in these teams. Dallas and Aaron have managed their teams for 800 miles in the hopes that if they were in this position, there would be enough energy left for a sprint. It's over these miles that you will see the true beauty and the level of expertise that these Iditarod mushers possess.
Contemplating leaving two. Or one, I don't know.
6:58 a.m. He left an hour and 40 minutes behind Burmeister. And Seavey hits Finger first.
I'll keep him in there.
So just one?
Yeah, there's nothing wrong with either of them.
Okay.
It's like I said, the only way I screw this up is have to carry two big dogs or something, and the only ones I could possibly have to do that with would be those two.
Every second now matters.
But then again, I'm not going to go any slower or faster, so he can come out.
Okay.
He leaves behind his two slowest dogs, and 5 minutes later, he'll be off in a dash to Squentna. And this is a good place to bring up trailers and carrying dogs. Dallas has implemented this into his race strategy, and his team is well trained to do it. 1 to 3 dogs can generally get a ride, and they rest while the others pull. It's created controversy.
Another musher I respect a lot, Mr. John Baker, pushed me from December, January, February. He said, Aaron, if you want to win the Iditarod, you need to pull a trailer and you need to start packing dogs. Because as long as you're not packing dogs, you're not going to win. You're going to have to be satisfied with second place. And I said, John, you're a traditionalist. You're like me. You're a guy that ran the race for the history of the race, for the event, with a dream of winning it through your whole career, and you finally accomplished that dream. But the old gold miners, the mail carriers, they weren't packing dogs.
It's available to everybody, but the truth is,
When people start doing it, one, it's a lot of work. You have to train the dogs to do it. They have to work with you. They have to cooperate to get into the sled. The dogs on the ground are stuck pulling a lot extra weight, but it slows down our speeds, which is nice. It makes it safer for the dogs on a lot of these trails.
10 minutes after Dallas leaves, Aaron arrives. Both take 5 minutes in the checkpoint and bolt for Squinton. The miles can't come fast enough now for either of these two teams. 15 minutes separate them when the sun comes up on another day on this trail. Dallas chasing his 5th title, and Aaron pursuing a dream that has lived since he was a boy. It's 40 miles to Squinton.
I'd like to challenge Dallas to race without packing dogs. And I respect him immensely as a dog man, as a guy that can read his team, as a guy that can race and train his dog team. And the amount of work it takes to rotate dogs in and out of the sled every 2 hours is a lot of work. You're stopping, you're back there, putting them in the line back and forth. But to me, it's not why we're racing Iditarod. It's not why I raise dogs. I raise dogs to run 1,000 miles, not to run 600 or 700.
Why would you challenge somebody not to use their strong suit? That'd be like me going to Jeff King and saying, I want you to tie one arm behind your back and then I'll race you. Because I don't like the fact that you can do 100-mile runs with your dog. That's what his dogs are good at. What if we said, all right, let's have a race and we can't do more than 50-mile runs? And if we get a big snowstorm out there, or any number of years where we have tough trail, deep snow, yeah. 2012, did I load a dog? Nope. 2014, I wish I could have a lot more. That's when it really convinced me on this fast of a trail. We have to be able to have a power team in slow trails. We also have to be prepared to handle a glazed fast trail. We have to accept what our competitors are good at. And if you want to adapt and be as good as them in those areas, that's commendable.
Mile 781, and for the second time in this race, Dallas CV arrives in Squinton.
Welcome, Dallas.
Just 67 miles now to the finish line.
I've got you in with 10, yeah?
Yeah, 10
and
he will rest for 8 hours, and the clock begins.
Oh, there you go.
Will the 15-minute lead leaving finger grow, or has Aaron got enough speed left to make it a race until the final mile?
You know how many mushers have made it to 4 wins and had never gotten that 5th? The damn thing seems cursed. And so I'm like, I am gonna make sure Murphy's Law has no opportunity with us. And I have been just one thing after the next, like I cannot screw this up. Now watch, I'm gonna fall asleep or something and go down the wrong river on the home stretch or something, but nobody can say I didn't try to be safe. It just, I just want this thing to be over at this point and just have it in the books. But I am enjoying it as much as you can in the turmoil we're in. I'm smiling.
Yeah.
It hurts because my lips are all cracked, but I'm smiling.
Yeah.
Yeah, this whole race has seemed kind of surreal.
First and last name?
Aaron Burmeister.
Perfect.
The lead for Dallas is 1 hour and 1 minute when Burmeister arrives.
All the respect in the world for him. He's an incredible dog man and knows inside and out of it as good as anybody in the sport. And so it's a dog race. We'll just see what happens.
The leaders are in Squinton, resting before their dash to Deshka. The rest of the field remains on the trail, moving towards the finish line. And back in Farewell Burn, Dan Caduce has hit an interesting obstacle. A herd of buffalo, plains bison, actually. One of 4 herds from Montana that were first introduced to Alaska in 1928. Dan and his dogs found them to be exciting and an interesting diversion in an area of the trail that can offer great discomfort and adversity. A rare sighting, but proof the herd is alive and well.
You're good to go, sir.
It's 8:44 p.m. and Dallas CV leaves Squinton.
All right,
Good run,
boys.
Dallas.
All right, thanks, guys.
A storm between Squinton and the finish line at Deshka Landing would be both historic and certainly newsworthy. No such luck for Aaron Burmeister. And once again, the lead at the final checkpoint is too much to overcome. These closing miles have only been seen one other time in Iditarod history. It was 1991, and Rick Swenson went through a coastal storm to win a 5th championship.
I wanted to win the Iditarod, and I wasn't going to win it going back to White Mountain.
Who would have known that this race would see 6 others in the coming years win 4, but not reach a 5th championship? He was the youngest to win, the youngest to 4, and now 30 years later, Dallas Seavey becomes the musher to join the great Rick Swenson at the top of the mountain. A 3-year departure from the Iditarod brought back a Dallas Seavey focused and more determined than ever to find his place in history. And one has to think that in time, his history will be like no other musher ever. In the eye of a pandemic, this trail and these mushers signaled hope. A rally towards normality. An altered trail, but still the canvas for those that have painted themselves into this lifestyle. In the end, adversity loomed. The cold cooked, and the best in the world battled. And the Iditarod crowned a champion. A 5-timer. The great Dallas Seavey.
It was pretty powerful. I mean, getting 5, that's pretty cool. I don't want to dwell on it. I don't want to be content. You never stop driving. When you stop trying to do more or go farther, you stop growing. So I'm going to keep striving. I'm going to keep driving.
Dallas Seavey wins with 3 hours and 15 minutes to spare. Aaron Burmeister takes 2nd place.
Our 29-dog little kennel competed on the highest level in this sport against the dynasty of the sport. My goal was to win without packing dogs. Whether I can ever accomplish that goal, it may not ever happen. So I'd have to be satisfied with 2nd place. But John, you may be right, but I'm still not going to pack dogs.
utmost respect from Mayor Halter.
Oh God, Lord.
This is the key, the best measure in 2021. Your golden key to the Matsu.
Reddington, Page.
From the beginning, they knew it would be tough.
Wilmarth, Nyakpuk.
A race more than 1,000 miles.
Swenson, Mackey.
But it's so much more than a race.
Boozer, genre.
It's our history, the gold rush, the serum run,
circle.
50 years of struggle and triumph. Years of names we'll never forget.
Riddles, butcher, king.
A lot has changed, but so much stays the same. What just showing up is a win.
Kaiser, Sass, Seavey.
From the beginning, they knew it would be tough. But could they have imagined it would turn into this? Welcome to Iditarod 50 and the race to crown the next champion.
We are live for the ceremonial start of the 50th running of the Iditarod. The dogs ready to run, the mushers ready to let them do that and hit the trail for this 1,000-mile journey to Nome. Good Saturday morning. I'm Beth Burge with Alaska's news source, Iditarod insiders Greg Heister and Bruce Lee, an Iditarod veteran himself, joining me today. And with winter boots on the ground, our team covering the race, Rebecca Palsha, Ellie Beatty, and the iconic Didi Genre, a 16-time top 10 finisher in this race. We're going to check in with him in just a few minutes, but first, this year's honorary musher just about to take off, guys.
Yeah, Joe Reddington Sr., and I think that's my favorite part of this being the 50th year, that we get to talk so much about old Joe.
Yeah, and I think he'd be really happy to know this thing is going still half a century later. I mean, that's a big landmark right now.
He never won it, but he finished it 15 times. His last race, Bruce, 80 years old in 1997.
Yeah, and he didn't start his first one until he was in his mid-50s. Now a lot of mushers go, well, I'm 50, it's time to do something else. That's when Joe started his career and all the work on this event.
What a wonderful time to just be here and be part of this, huh? 50 years. What is that like for you guys? I mean, this is amazing to see, but having been part of it for so long,
it means we're getting old. Number one, we're getting old. We've been around a long time. But, you know, 50 years of anything is a long time. I mean, think about 1973. You know? It's a long time. Sean Williams now at the line in this. And what a story he is, Beth, right? I mean, he's going to get another shot at it. Could not run. Pulled out the morning of the race a year ago.
Yeah, 15 years or so mushing, right? And this year he's going to be mushing in honor of his mother, I believe, Patricia.
Yeah.
And she is definitely going to be on his mind, of course. And
there's Dee.
Can't miss the
pink.
Like,
where's Waldo? Where's Dee?
Now, we did talk to Sean this morning, and here's what he had to say.
There are certain things that I'm not worried about, like sleep deprivation or just general life challenges. I have 2 small children, so I have a newborn actually. It's 2 weeks old, so I've been awake most of the time since Valentine's Day or just after.
So fascinating too, just to see how legacies continue. I know that he worked with Martin Boozer, Dean Osborne, a lot of different just legendary names that many of our viewers right now will recognize.
Yeah, part of the mushing school, and to kind of put the cap on the story, there was a family emergency. Sean had to pull out what would have been his rookie year in the Iditarod last year, the morning of the start. And his mother became ill. In the weeks to come, he would lose his mom, and is now dedicating this race, but a rookie, Bruce. And the nerves, the day is different for a rookie. It's so different. Even when we were down there this morning interviewing a lot of these mushers, and you feel the anxiety, even though it's a short run and it doesn't really count.
For the rookies, there's this big goal at the end, and also a big unknown and fear of just not making it to Nome. That is the goal. Any place, just get that belt buckle. And that's what a lot of them said. I just want to make it to Nome. So that's always what's on their mind, especially for someone who's tried and hasn't made it before.
All right, Jeff King is at the line now, and the backstory to how this happened, I think he called it serendipitous because he had to withdraw a couple years ago to a health emergency. This is Nick Petit's team that would have had Nick at the helm.
I love this story. I absolutely
love it too.
We thought Jeff was
poor
done.
Nick though, but
yes.
you know.
4-time champion, and Nick's loss is our gain, I guess. Jeff King, 4-time champion. Look at those numbers.
And we did hear from Jeff this morning as well. We're going to go to that soundbite now, I believe, as he's preparing.
You know, I've been mushing all winter. I raced last month, So I have no trouble with everything behind the dog team. I've been doing that all winter, and for like this is 41 years since my first Iditarod. So done it a lot, and I really like the opportunity to drive a team I don't know intimately, because it's really quite a different challenge. It isn't like crazy, but it's pretty different, and I think it will be a real fun for me to see how well I can run a team that doesn't really know me.
Kind of difficult for me to fathom being part of this for so long. I mean, and how many times he's mushed and how many times he's won, and just stepping right in here is just, it's really cool to see. And what, 2 years to the day, I think it was, that he had to jump in, which is awesome.
This is going to be one of the really interesting stories for me to watch during this year's Iditarod, because we've had mushers come in at the last minute before, but we've never had a top musher step onto a completely different top team. And it's going to be really interesting to see how he manages these guys and how this story ends up.
A storybook ending, Jeff King wins number 5 with a team he's never run till Thursday.
It'd be pretty cool. Something amazing to see. And the snow, I mean,
Yeah,
all
look
of
at
this
that.
is like picture perfect. I mean, yeah, what more can you ask for? All right, now coming to the line is Michelle Phillips, born and raised in Whitehorse. Partner Ed Hopkins, a lot of you will recognize that name. Took 4th in the Yukon Quest one year. 4th out of 7 races, actually. Fun fact, she grows herbs. She likes to grow herbs. It's a hobby person. It's cool.
She's a great person on the trail.
She's awesome.
She's
Yeah.
one of those that doesn't seem to get tired. She laughs and has fun, and I really always enjoy being around Michelle. I've raced against her and Ed before, and she's just always a very positive energy, tough lady.
And the real deal. I mean, she lives out, and she's got a tour business. Grew up as a figure skater. She was a figure skater when she was younger.
Oh my gosh.
And so now she's traded in her skates.
Skates for runners. And booties and whatever other footwear.
Yeah.
She's dragging along with her.
And she's one of these ladies, though, too, when you get her out there, like it could be 40 below zero, the wind is blowing, and she'll be smiling and just having a blast.
Sounds like Michelle Phillips is the woman we need in
Yes.
this kind of a year. I mean,
Yeah.
we're coming out of, well, ideally coming out of a pandemic, right? But
Yeah,
seeing
let's
kind of the
hope.
light at the end of the tunnel and just having that positivity will get you a long way. I'm excited to see what she does.
Yeah, fantastic to have her out there.
And she's still in Yukon territory,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Training and operating her business out there.
She's got the Canadian flag going.
Very cool. Highest finish, 11th, by the way, in 2021. And I believe Paige Jobney is coming up next.
And for those of us that have traveled out on the trail, these two travel together all the time, and the fact that
They're back to back.
back to back,
Yeah.
and the two of them together are like a comedy routine out there in checkpoints. They are so funny. And another serious top musher with Paige.
I would love to find both of them at one of the remote checkpoints and just see how they interact, because I haven't really seen them interact together personally, but I would love to.
Yeah, they're good. They're good friends, and it says Cantwell. The bio says Cantwell, but she actually lives with her partner Cody straight out the Denali Highway, which is quite a ways from Cantwell, another 50 or 60 miles out.
I can't imagine what it's like training out there either, just on the snowy.
Stunning.
Oh man, I bet. All right, Paige talked to us this morning. Here's what she had to say.
My dogs are crazy. I brought 17 dogs because I still don't know who I'm going to take out on the trail. I have a really fantastic dog team and a lot of depth to the roster this year. And yeah, I'm pretty relaxed. I'm just going to go out and see what happens.
So I'm kind of noticing a trend. Is it just having been in this race before? Do you tend to choose last minute who makes the cut?
Yeah, you always want to have somebody sitting on the bench, so to speak, a dog that could be put in, because you never know at the last minute a dog might tear a toenail or
something
come
happens.
into heat, whatever it is. And so you always, if you're serious, you want to have an extra dog. But also, when you've got so many good dogs, you just hate to leave them at home. That's why this race in its past 50 years, we used to take 20, and you really like that because you could bring some dogs that you were going to drop at some point, but to give them this experience we're witnessing right now. So it's hard to leave a dog at home that you really want to run, but you can only bring 14.
Yeah, we're going to check in real quick with Ellie Beatty, who is out on the trail right now.
Watch. This is truly the best way to watch the Iditarod. It is snowing. It's absolutely beautiful. We got to start. I'm here with Vern Halter. Say hi.
Vern.
Hi. Woo! I'm going to flip the camera around and show you these dogs. They are pretty amped and they're very excited to be running right now. As you can see, it looks like an absolute winter wonderland. People are camped on the side right here. Look at, hi everyone, to watch the 50th anniversary of the Iditarod. And I was talking to Vern earlier, and he told me that 7 of his dogs that are on this team right now actually finished the Iditarod last year with the Rookie of the Year. And so it's really exciting. Look at. And the lead dog's name is Flint, and so Flood and Trouble.
Is right behind Flood.
And Vern is driving this sled. He's a very experienced driver. He has done many Iditarods. But this is really in the hands of the lead dogs, guys. This is their world, and we're just living in it right now. Living our best.
Awesome. Ellie is a little bit cold, I think, but we are back at the starting line. Martin Massacotti, yes, he's still there. I'm looking at the bib just to make sure.
And just so everybody knows, Vern Halter driving that sled, an 18-time finisher of the Iditarod himself, one of the legends.
Ellie is among royalty.
Yes. Martin Massacotti, a rookie.
From Quebec.
Yeah.
And I talked to him today. He's very much a French speaker, but he's pretty excited to be here, and he told me it's just a big effort to train there in a place where there aren't a lot of mushers, but he's happy to represent Quebec. And
lay down some French on him?
He laid down some French on me, actually.
How'd that go?
It went well. I said, just keep talking in French. Because you're talking to your friends back home, and that's what we did. So.
Now you saw on that graphic that you might have noticed, second Iditarod, he did enter in 2020, but it would be really cool to see him finish this year.
Yeah, you're still a rookie until you finish the thing.
Right.
It's not about entrance, it's about finishing.
Yep.
There goes Martin Massacotti.
Nice looking bunch of dogs.
Yeah, another upbeat guy though. We've got a guy in our crew that can speak French, so maybe we'll get some interviews done in French. Sasha Qrill.
I was going to say, that is not Bruce.
No, it's not Bruce.
A guy that can speak French, that is not Bruce.
or Heister, trust me.
It would be Spanish for me.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Speak some Spanish to Jesse Holmes.
Yeah.
2 top 10 finishes. He was Rookie of the Year in 2018, I believe. Took 7th that year. He's going to be coming up. A lot of people might recognize him from a particular reality show that is quite popular.
And Greg, you've been out to his kennel out on the Denali Highway there a number of times.
Yeah, right
that
on
like?
the Brushcanna Creek. Well, it's Jesse Holmes. You know, it's a patch of earth,
It's
and
rustic.
there's a bunch of dog
Rustic.
houses. He lived in a tent all last winter before he could get and it was a cold winter last year, before he could get an actual structure, a cabin built. So, and Jesse's one of these guys I think in time is going to be extremely successful. He lives with his dogs. He's doing it all the right way. He's built relationships. He's completely submerged himself in the lifestyle.
And he spent a lot of time in Nenana, where there's a lot of top mushers that have been there historically. Jerry Riley, an Iditarod champion. I know he's picked the brain of Bill Cotter a lot. He really has dedicated his life and lifestyle to this event in particular.
All right, Jesse Holmes about to take off. Didi Jonro is standing by for us. I think. All right, well, we get all this beautiful natural sound of Jesse Holmes taking off. for his attempt this year.
Yeah, and he's another guy. This is an ultra runner. He's in tremendous physical condition. He's the type of guy that I think if he ever does get himself into that final lead pack with 150 miles to go, that he might be tough to beat because he's a guy that can get off the sled and run.
Very much so. Yeah.
All right, Ramey Smith coming up, born and raised in Alaska. He's kind of had he's like knocking on the door. 10th in 2021, 11th in 2020, 8th.
Well, he's run 25 races. His family has been in this from the very beginning. His brother has run this, and he has had the fastest, there's an award for the fastest time from safety to know, and he has won that more than anybody.
I think it's 8 times.
Yeah, you do not want to see Ramey Smith behind you going into known. You might as well just pull over. He is a top serious competitor.
Got a kick there. All right, Dee Dee is back this time. There we go.
Well, we're still watching these beautiful teams taking off. Ramey Smith was just up at the line and leaving. You know, his father, Bud Smith, and his mother, Lolly Medley, ran in the first races. So this 50-year anniversary, having some of the Smith offspring out here is just wonderful. Plus, Ramey's an awesome dog driver. We've got teams behind me. I might be hard to even be heard, but they're all loving and enjoying the snow. This snow is heavy and wet, so it's going to slow them down a little bit this morning, which is perfect. Going to really protect the dog's paws, which is perfect. Some drivers are going this mileage with booties and some are not. I often ran off the street and conditions like this barefoot because the dogs had a real good feel for the trail that way. But, you know, either way, these dogs are ready for what it is they're doing. I'm having trouble getting down the street. I'm seeing so many friends. And like I said, this is like a family reunion.
Dee Dee Genre reporting live for us from downtown Anchorage. Thank you so much. I love hearing from her. Her insight is just,
she's the best.
She's the best. Just priceless.
The greatest stat about Ramey, though, the run to Nome is awesome, but in his 25 races, his worst finish is 21st. His worst.
Must be nice. Must be
Top
real
20
nice.
every other year.
Wow. It's incredible. Anna Barrington is at the line for us next, wearing the
Hey, Tom, will you stand on my break?
Yeah,
she's
Anna,
at a connect, right?
Yes, and her sister, she and Christy have been around, 11th Iditarod. They've got over 20 now between the two of them. There's such experience in this kennel, their genetics. Bruce, and we talk about this every year that we're here. Will they ever split, right? They'd like to travel together. They're obviously twins. They spend a lot of time together. Will they ever put the best dogs in one team and try to win it? They're tough enough to win it. These girls are tough. They're also ultra runners, tremendous condition, and they know a lot about dogs.
And you're correct in that kennel, Greg. The key is putting all the best dogs into the A team and then having that second team be kind of a training run. I think if they put all the very best top dogs and best leaders in one team, they've been at it, had a great kennel program long enough, they could be a force to deal with, but we'll see what they do. And I haven't asked them this year if they've done that. I have no idea.
Yeah, I was wondering if you were able to identify that, just from spectating.
They were supposed to do it last year.
Right.
To combine.
Yes, and I don't think it really happened. And, because when you talk to them, they're like, look, we want to put them all, but you got to leave the other team with a few lead dogs.
Never. Let that other team struggle. Put them on.
Totally. Go out and find new ones.
If you're going to be competitive.
Yeah.
But
you want to win.
It is amazing. This is their 11th, 12th race already.
Now, when we're talking about the different dogs in the lineup, lead dogs, swing dogs, wheel dogs, can you just kind of enlighten the viewers who maybe aren't as familiar with this race as to what each of those does for the team?
Well, the leaders take the voice commands that the musher gives, and more importantly, they set the pace for all the other dogs. And truthfully, in most of these top teams, there'll be no less than 10 leaders, and they take turns because some are better at leading in the wind, some are better at deep snow, some are your speed leaders. The dogs immediately behind the leaders we call the swing dogs in Alaska. And then all the rest are team dogs until you get back to a really critical pair of dogs called wheel dogs right in front of the sled, because they help actually steer the dog, the team, the sled, and they are the muscle. And it's a difficult position. They have to be very agile, because you think about crack the whip with a rope. They've got to be able to see what's coming, maneuver that sled, and not get yanked off the trail themselves. They often are the unsung heroes, but they're super athletic dogs.
Well, these dogs look ready. What do you say? Matt Failer's team. 17th dog team. He's fun to watch.
And a great guy. Like, really
he's
good
very
guy.
nice on the trail to me, which I like that.
He's a total gentleman. You go out to his kennel, like, it's so organized, it's so put together. He's an attention to detail kind of guy. I had a run-in with a moose lately, and we found out a little bit more about Matthew that we didn't know in that moose encounter.
And that's a concern for all of these mushers this year. With the deep snow that Alaska's had, the moose are on the trail, it's something they're all thinking about, actually.
Matthew Failer taking off, and as we take a quick break, let's take a look at the Libby Riddles, the first woman to win the Iditarod.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number one, and number two, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're going to love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
Back to the starting line in downtown Anchorage we go. Bib number 11, Mats Pedersen. He's from Sweden. He runs a kennel very near the ever-popular Ice Hotel. This is his 7th Iditarod. And in 2019, he won the Sportsmanship Award. It's pretty cool.
Been mushing for 30 years, long time, former great hockey player. Sent me a list of names of the greatest Swedish hockey players. He was on it. Former goaltender. Yeah, we need to drill down on that a little more. We know we've got great wrestlers in this, but now we may have a great former hockey player as well.
Can't wait to talk about the wrestlers. I know we had a nice long interview with him, but we'll wait till he pops up.
And he went through a tremendous amount of work getting here. I mean, trains in Sweden. He had to go through the whole aspect of flying over 2 dogs at a time. When I was talking to him this morning, he was saying it's just, for him, it's going to be easier this 2 weeks than the last 2 months of preparing and getting the dogs and equipment over here.
Champions are made in the off-season, you know. And he also took 18th in 2018 and then 20th in 2019, so we'll be watching. All right, here we are, the 2018 champion, your Liseth Olsum. There's a lot to say, and we talked to him about his new team this morning.
This is a pretty new team. It's 4 dogs that ran the race before. and the rest are newcomers. So it'll be interesting to see. I think I'll take it a little bit more easy in the beginning and then see where it gets us and see what we can do.
So check this out. He was also the 2013 Rookie of the Year, which I know when you're talking about a champion, that's the start, right? But top 10 every race so far.
Yeah, absolute stud.
And that is an amazing thing to point out. There are very few people that come into this event that go right into the top 10 and then stay there. It's an incredible record, whether he's a champion, which he is or not. That's a very impressive thing that he has accomplished.
Yeah, it's almost unprecedented. You have to go back to the early days of the race to find something that's similar. But he and his wife Margot just had their first baby, Henrik. Yeah, just a few months old. So,
yeah, seeing him on Facebook.
Yeah. So it's a different year for you. You wonder, has he had the time to be as committed to winning an Iditarod championship? Time will tell. But I will tell you this: I'm not sure how good the dog. Don't believe anything. He's got great dogs. This team will be in the top 10 again. Will he win it? I don't know.
And Rebecca Palsha is on the line, hiding there somewhere. There she is. Rebecca, how's it going?
Well, hello, Beth. I feel like I'm somewhat of an ambassador here in Anchorage because I'm getting stopped constantly by people asking, which way does the race go? Where should I go to breakfast? We have a huge crowd down here, Beth. I don't know if you can check it out behind me, but look at the massive amounts of people we have here on 4th Avenue. And it's a lot of people from out of town. I've been, again, people are asking which way the dogs go, who's Dee genre, who are the coolest mushers to follow. And we've got lots of Go Buckeyes as well here. So definitely after a year of being gone and 2 years of the pandemic, we're seeing people excited, looking to have a good time. Definitely looking for a good party here. And we're going to be bringing you those sights and sounds of the trail and the tailgate, which is our version of tailgating here. And lots of people going home to family also. So we're going to be bringing that along the trail. Beth, back to you.
Good to hear from you, Rebecca. That's very cool. I love seeing just the people, too. It's an awesome experience to be down there, for sure, especially after the hiatus last year. All right, at the line now, Hanna Lidek. Alta, Norway, but she's actually from Alaska, and I guess she moved to Norway at 5 or so. I think she's one to watch, personally, so I am so excited to see what she does on the trail this year.
I feel so not talented right now. You had a little roll in your tongue when you said her last name.
I won't go into the Norwegian. It's terrible now, but at one point it was somewhat satisfactory. But Hanna has some excellent European titles already. 2019 Norwegian champ in long distance mushing. Denmark's Olympic 500 champ, also in 2019. And just a fun team to watch as well. Now you might have noticed every musher has an official photo, which some of them I have noticed have changed, by the way. Those are taken by Jeff Schultz, and he's been the volunteer official Iditarod photographer for years, but now he has a project called Faces of Iditarod. You can see some of the amazing Iditarod portraits and hear their stories online, so maybe check it out when you get a chance. FacesOfIditarod.com. I love him as well and his work. I mean, Jeff just produces such great work. And at the line now is Eric Kelly, a rookie. Daybreak Kennel.
I talked to him this morning. He's really excited to get here, and he's working. He said he started off working with other people handling, and then before long, it's the same old story. He's got 20 dogs in the backyard, and here he is. And for him, he said he was just anxious to get all the way to know.
Yeah, he said he met a Jamaican musher in 2013. That was Newton Marshall, and that just kind of kicked things off for him. And he also commented this morning about his dogs and his dog lines and his team.
Well, we have dogs from all different bloodlines, but this dog right here, the white one, his name's Barbaro. He's my wheel dog. He's one of my favorites. He was tough to get in line when he was a puppy, but once he came around, he's become one of our best dogs.
Our sports reporter, our sports team also did a story about him. He just seemed super stoked, which is which is to be expected for your first Iditarod.
I just love to watch all this snow stacking up like cordwood out there. I mean, look at everybody's bill's got a couple of inches on it right now.
Just piled up.
And I haven't, like, is the forecast still 3 to 5 inches of snow today?
I mean, I think it's supposed to keep coming down for a while.
Crazy. It'll be a wet day for them. They're going to have to go home and get everything dried out now for tomorrow.
I was thinking about, that's when I was thinking about the official restart, right? When a lot of these mushers say, that's when we're racing, because this is really the family-friendly celebratory event, right? I was just thinking to start off cold and wet. I know this is an anticipated condition, right? I'm thinking, oh man, that's like taking the hike where you cross the river first, and, you know?
Yeah, they will have to go home and get their gear dried back out, because I'm assuming a lot of these mushers don't have 2 parkas or extra, so they'll have to get it all. Here's Riley Dyke, and I'm excited. I think this kid is pretty serious about this, and I'm going to keep my eye on Riley.
Yeah, you were impressed with him a couple of years ago when you talked to him, and it is his 3rd Iditarod, so it'll be interesting to see how he does this year.
And he also started Dark Horse Racing Kennel, I believe, finished 25th in 2020. And Greg talked to him this week.
But it's slow, you know. I started in 2015 doing my first breedings, and I'm just now at a point where I have like a pool of 20 really well trained, you know, dogs that I think are really ready to race Iditarod, and then it's going to take another quite a while to, you know, really be considered a contender. I'm sure. I know I'm not just going to show up and be running in the top 5 in my first few Iditarods, but that's the path I'd like to work towards.
Riley. I was at his place this summer. He's got a yard full of dogs, and he had just come home from pound. He found a herding dog that he liked. Picked him up, brought him home. And I just, don't you have enough dogs?
I feel like I would be one of those people where you get started and then you just keep going. Build a family. Why not?
They love dogs. It's not just this breed.
Well, this is an experience that you guys probably watched firsthand. After his win in 2002, Martin Boozer had one more celebration under the World Arch.
Martin, I'd like to hand you your certificate of naturalization, which is your proof of citizenship in the United States. Thank you very much. Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number 1, and number 2, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're going to love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
Riley must be moving in slow motion. Did the clock slow down? He's still at the line.
They were waiting. That team was waiting for us to come back.
Oh, no, this isn't Riley. Is that Lev now?
No. This is Riley, I believe. Is it not?
They have the semi-colored jacket. That's Lev.
That is Lev.
That is Lev. It is Lev.
Hello,
Schwartz.
Lev.
Okay, hi, Lev.
Thanks for joining us.
Better late than never.
Now, he was born in Ukraine, so this year, you know, there's definitely a lot that he must be thinking about outside of all that goes into something like this.
And another highly educated guy, a guy who could be making a lot of money doing something else, and he's giving all that up to run dogs. I like Levin. He's one of the great characters when you talk to him.
I thoroughly enjoyed talking to him when I was on the trail in 2019. It was a lot of fun. But the education part, an electrical engineer from Carnegie Mellon, and then you land in downtown Anchorage at the ceremonial start of the Iditarod, which is
making pennies,
and the finish line of the Iditarod. So there's that too. Ryan Reddington is up next. Good number 17.
Well, if Ryan's ever going to put the run of a lifetime together and win the Iditarod,
could it be this year?
This is the year. I want to tell the story of a Reddington winning this race. Before it's all said and done, we've got to get a Reddington to the finish line first.
And in case anybody is not familiar with this, his grandfather, Joe Reddington, started this event. His whole family's been embedded into this race. It'd be odd that someone doesn't know that. That's his legacy.
Way back in 1973. Now, Ryan's best finish was in 2021, which was a bit of a different race, and we might be able to get more into that later, but he was 7th that year, 8th the year before. And here's what he had to say this morning.
I've been on this avenue every year since I've been a kid, and watching my dad and my grandpa race, and this year will be my 15th Iditarod, and it's one of the most exciting because it's the 50th anniversary, and it'll be taking a lot of my family out there, and how many great mushers have ran this race, and all the great dogs as well.
Very cool to watch. And he was a leader for a while in the Beargrease.
Yeah, he's won the Beargrease
this year as well.
And he's, the last two runs, he's put together some really good runs. 8th place 2 years ago, and as you said, last year 7th place. For Ryan, it just seems like it's all or nothing.
He puts it all on the line. And that's what we even saw when you and I were down at the Beargrease covering that race, in which he won. He's willing to put it all on the line. He wants to win this thing, and that's why. He's not looking for a top 10 finish anymore. He wants to win.
I don't know how many people are standing on the street today and what you say.
Up next is Aniak's Richie Deal. Cusco 300 winner, 2021.
Yeah, and this is one of these guys that rural Alaska roots for every year. He's an easy guy, number one to root for. It comes from off the road system in Aniak. You can see his numbers there. This is a kid that Bruce is getting better, and I talked to him this morning. He's impressed with his dog team. He thinks he's bringing his best team to the line this year. Time will tell.
When I first met Richie, he was preparing to run the race, and he drove his snow machine all the way to Anvik from his home out on the Yukon, Kuskokwim Delta, to just watch it go through. He really studied this and really put together a real effort to run these Iditarods.
I'm just loving seeing the dogs, like every other, simpleton out here. We heard from Richie earlier this morning as well.
Richie is 36 years old.
Been a pretty good year for the most part. A lot of up and down weather, but we still were able to get good training in. On paper, it's a pretty good team, but it's the Iditarod, anything can happen. So we'll just see how things play out throughout the race.
I'm always rooting for these guys from the villages because that is back to the core why this race was started, was to keep the interest in dog mushing in the villages in rural Alaska. And there are a lot of great mushers out there on the Yukon Kuskokwim Delta now.
We'll check in again with Didi Janro, who is still right near that starting line this morning. Hi, Didi.
Hey, hi. Well, it's still snowing. The flakes aren't as big as they were, but we've probably got several inches, maybe up to 4 inches of fresh snow this morning, just since the dog teams arrived on the street. We've got close to 20-some teams that are already on the trail to BLM. Wouldn't be surprised if the first couple of teams might not already be there. It shouldn't be a very far run, and it should be a very nice trail. Now we're beginning to see some of the other dogs as they line up on the street. we have 49 teams going out, so it's going to be a while. It's quite exciting. I've seen some really nice dogs. I've seen some very chill mushers. So this is going to be an exciting race. That's no doubt about that.
Chill, literally and figuratively, I would say. Dee Dee, thank you very much. I just love these close-ups and seeing how mushers interact with their dogs. It's awesome. And this is Katie Jo Dieter out of Fairbanks.
And I wonder if Katie Jo is truly chill this morning. You know, I saw her this summer. She was already kind of anxious about all of this, and we interviewed her the other day. You can tell I don't think she's worried about the mushing part of it. She's been doing that for 5 years, helping train her husband, Jeff Dieter's team. She's worried about getting hurt, the physicality of what she's going to encounter over the next 10 plus days.
And a part of that is I think she's afraid of not living up to the expectations herself that she expects of the dog. She doesn't want to get hurt and have something knock her out of the race. But that was an interesting answer. What are you most concerned about? She said getting hurt. Pain.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope she doesn't, because...
Oh, she'll be great. She'll be fine. I think she just needs to get out there. I think with all the snow in the Alaska range, it should take a lot of the rough edges out of that area of the trail. Once you get to Nikolai, it's pretty flat. Well, kind of, relatively speaking, flat.
I'm thinking, what is this now? You know, sleep deprivation, all of that.
Oh boy.
Oh man, here we go. Dallas Seavey, 5-time champion, looking for his 6th, even if he doesn't say it directly and out loud to our news crew.
Yeah. I have so much respect for this guy. He's a great ambassador of this sport. He is an incredible professional. He is greatness in every sense of the word, and to me, we're looking at Michael Jordan, we're looking at LeBron James, and we're looking at Dallas Seavey, who is that to the Iditarod.
Ever since I won my first Iditarod, I became the youngest person to win. People started talking about 5. Are you going to get 5? Are you going to get 6? And I always told them, I want to get 2. I want to get the next one. That's what we're going to focus on. And now it just so happens to be that the next one is 6.
I feel like it would be cold with a bald head.
Yeah, a lot of follically challenged people there.
And it doesn't matter that you have 5 as you go into the next race. As Dallas has said before, every race is different. You've got to earn each one, and it's that race right in front of you that you have to focus on. But definitely, as we say in racing, he's the guy with the target on his back. If you're going to win this thing, you're going to have to beat Dallas.
And Bruce, he's an animal. I mean, let's just own that. Like, this guy will get off the sled and run. He will not sleep. He will not eat. He will go. He will push his body to a place that few have ever pushed it in this event.
The main advantage I see of Dallas being out there watching out along the trail is he is more efficient in the checkpoints, taking care of his dogs, and just as importantly, taking care of himself as anybody. He's beating people in the checkpoints.
Definitely looking forward to seeing how that unfolds. But let's talk a little bit about the father of the Iditarod. I know you guys were excited to, just shine more of a light on him as people from all around the world jump in to watch.
Yeah, Joe, the greatest ambassador I think the sport has ever had. He's personally responsible for getting more dogs to more people than anybody in the history of this race. He was the greatest promoter that maybe sports has ever known. I think of Bill Veeck back in the days with the Chicago Cubs. Joe Reddington was on that level. He loved this sport, not just the Iditarod, but mushing in general, and he could not wait at any point in his life to spread the goodwill of mushing.
He's called, of course, the father of the Iditarod, but for those of us that have been in this lifestyle, he's kind of the father of that lifestyle. He welcomed us all into it, and he gave us all a very unique opportunity to kind of make a living at this, at least to live the lifestyle. And we're all grateful for what Joe did for mushing and to give us this full year-round experience of living with sled dogs.
And after those decades of work and effort toward all of that, our crew talked to him at his last race.
Joe, this is your race. Are you full of pride right now getting here?
Well, I'm proud of the race. And I think it's been great. I think it's great for Alaska, and especially great for Anchorage and Nome, and great for the dogs and the mushers.
I could do this a few more years now.
To see. And I learned, right?
Yeah.
I got to Alaska, 7-8 years ago, something like that. But just seeing the legacy and the tradition, and that line you said at the beginning, so much has changed, but so much has stayed the same.
And if we'll get to Aaron Peck, but if we go back to that finish line, you saw Herbie Nyakpuk standing there. Dan Seavey was there. You saw Martin Boozer, who had just won the 97 Iditarod, come up to him saying, Joe, I guess I can do this for a very long time now. They all love Joe. Aaron Peck from Canada. Serious guy, Bruce Lee. Can he win?
Well, he certainly has the drive and the ambition. You know, for the last few years, he said, I'm not here to race anymore. I've done this enough. I know I can get to know him. He's had a few things that have knocked him out in some of the races, but he's, as far as those top positions, but he definitely has his eye on the target. And every year he brings a little better team. So I would like to see him get up in a top 10 position. It wouldn't surprise me at all.
Bib number 22 is Joe Taylor, a rookie, born in Fresno, California, now in Fairbanks, Alaska.
Yeah, I don't know much about Joe. His dog Malarkey there, he did send us a video. I don't know if we're going to see that or not, but kind of nicknamed one of his, I think that's the name of his kennel now, too.
Yes, Mushing Malarkey.
Yeah. We'll find out a lot more about Joe when we get out on the trail.
I think that was an ode, too, from what I had read about him. I haven't spoken with him directly, but from what I had read, it was just kind of, we're here, we're going to have a good time, and it's going to be an awesome experience running the 50th Iditarod.
I definitely, tomorrow's still kind of capturing my focus, and so I'm definitely trying to live in the moment a little more and enjoy this for what it is. But kind of this whole season's about getting to tomorrow. But I mean, today's the party, and I need to know to enjoy it. And so yeah, I'm gonna try and have fun and get through Anchorage with all my dogs, or 12 of my dogs, and just enjoy the ride.
These rookies are able to enjoy this first day a little more than it was historically, where the clock was truly running from
was starting from here.
Started.
And then the restart was later in the day.
Yeah, so then but the clock was running, and you would run your dogs through the river. Then you had to load them up in the truck, go to Wasilla, load them, make sure you had all your gear. The clock's running the whole time. And this new format lets especially rookies really kind of settle into it. The year of training's over.
Take it all in.
And just kind of take it all in and have a fun day. And it's been a really great thing for fans.
That's a very intense mentality shift, I feel like, too, where you're here, you're having fun. And not to say the Iditarod isn't fun, just, it's a different start, right? It's a different meeting. Yeah, that's a good point. But you know what I mean, just in the sense of spectators, family, friends, just everything that's celebrated here and now. And tomorrow definitely gets more serious, for sure.
Oh, right after this, as soon as I get to that truck, it gets really serious. Here's a guy that, man, I think we want Aaron Burmeister to win this race, don't we, Bruce?
Well, especially on something like the 50th year and the celebration of being back to Nome. We all missed going to Nome last year, and Aaron's worked hard at this.
Truth is, I'll never say it's my last race. And dog mushers don't retire. People retire from a career. Dog mushers quit. And that's the truth of it. And dogs have been a part of my life since I was born. I will never quit dogs. We'll always have dogs in the yard. We'll always have something going on. But I'm going to quit racing and spend time with my family.
I love following him along the trail. 4 top 5 finishes, 7 top 10. Second most recently.
He was the one that put in the biggest battle with Dallas last year, and he just got
He was pushing.
caught in a position he couldn't run quite at the top speed for as long as Dallas had to position himself. But Aaron told me, I'm aware of that now. I'm not going to get caught in it. He's half a step ahead of me going to the finish line.
And that may have been his father there at his sled that was helping him hold it. I kind of glanced at the last second. It looked like Richard Burmeister was in the early, I think 1979 was his first race. But he took a lot of photographs of the early days, 73, 74. They lived in Nome. And so really Aaron's mushing home.
That must be a good feeling, too.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, just...
Well, and too, if he's in the lead of the race, you'll see the whole west coast of Alaska, their chests will start to swell, and people will start to celebrate.
All right, Christy Barrington. Part 2 of the Barrington twins. Also out of Nick. Coached by Dean Osmore, the 84 champ. Also, you mentioned that, an ultramarathoner, triathlete, just like an all-around stud. And
butt kicker.
all great for TV. All-around butt kicker you are, Christy Barrington.
No, she is.
That's awesome. And she started the Iditarod in 2010, which was actually just a little bit before.
Yeah, she was the first to jump in. And, right away, I mean, she finished in 39th that first year. And she's been in the top 20 now, as we've mentioned before, and it's just time for her and Anna, in my opinion, right? It's time for her and Anna to put a team together. Take the best dogs out of both, put them in one. You got to make a living doing it. The closer you get to that championship spot, I think there's more money for you to go out and try to get.
There's more sponsorship. Everybody loves a winner. That's basically what it boils down to.
And I mean, the prize money isn't.
And they have it all. They've got it all. Christy and Anna. We'll see. We'll know We'll know by Finger Lake, Rainy Pass what their strategy is. If they're together by then, we know they're not going to win. They're not here to win.
They rarely, I mean, from what I've seen over the past few years, they rarely really split up far.
Yeah.
Particularly intentionally, from what I can tell.
They're twins.
But they're great. They're great to talk to, and they're fun to watch. And I'm excited to see how they do this year.
Lineup this morning now in starting position number 25 on Fairbanks, Deke Noctiboard.
Deke Noctiboard at the line now.
He's one of a couple of mushers I think are from the state of Iowa, which I've always found interesting because it's Iowa. It's the land of cornfields. And like when somebody says, well, Vermont or New Hampshire, okay, I get it. But Iowa, like I have a hard time connecting that. But this is a guy that's living in Fairbanks, and he works for the BLM.
He used to be a park ranger in the
Yeah,
Everglades.
he did.
Little bit of a change of scenery.
But he seems pretty sunk in too. He's had 7 litters of puppies now, and his lines are from everybody, like all of the top King, or Jeff King, Lance Mackey, the other.
30 seconds.
Yeah, when we talk to him, he seems totally.
Yeah.
Something clicked with the combination of having dogs and exploring Alaska, and when you combine those two things, it was kind of like the perfect storm. And mushing and this lifestyle is exactly a lifestyle. It's every single decision that I make is based upon dogs and how to train them and how to take care of them. And it's all for that addiction of having that glory on the trail with me and my dog.
All right, taking off for the ceremonial start. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number one, and number two, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're gonna love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
Dude, Dallas, did you think you could do this?
Well, what exactly did I do?
You just won the Iditarod 2014.
You kidding me? Well, there's my dad behind me.
Right?
Where's Jeff and Allie?
Behind you.
Huh. Well, that's one heck of a run then.
Not bad questions to pose, I suppose.
Yeah, one of the most mesmerizing moments, I think, in the history of this race. A guy gets to the finish line and doesn't know he's there first. That's because Jeff and Allie and the others had been stopped back at safety.
I wonder what that felt like.
Oh.
I mean, it's like you're finally finishing, so you have this relief, and then all of a sudden, you also have a freshly invented Iditarod
I know.
champion. Well, for the second time, but.
I enjoy like the travel with my dogs, like just being on the trail together and travel across Alaska.
Line and very quickly leaving it. She's a veteran, training out of Talkeetna, I believe. Ran her first Iditarod in 2018. And this will be her third. She took 35th in 2019.
Good luck, Don. She's living the lifestyle. She's out there. And now, the man.
The man. That's the way to put it.
Is that what a capital T and a capital M?
In my opinion, this is Dallas's greatest challenger.
And because he really does live the epitome of the old mushing lifestyle out there in Eureka.
The wild and free.
Does it all of his own trail breaking, taking care of a kennel, chopping firewood, doing the whole thing. Takes a lot of work. He's dedicated now. He told Greg he'd lost weight to just take a few more pounds off the sled. He's a total predator to win this thing this year.
We had a really tough season with snow and conditions, and but the harder to get to the race it is, the easier the race is always. So I'm looking forward to it. The race has been a vacation for me this year, so I'm just looking forward to get out on the trail. And expectations, we're looking to win. You know, we got a really strong dog team, and but there's a lot of strong competition. So a little bit of luck's got to go our way, and we just got to execute as well as we can out there.
Just shaking the hats off. Yeah, he certainly seems in it to win it. People don't recognize him from the Iditarod somehow, because he's already placed as high as third. He's got several Yukon Quest titles.
And Brent's a total throwback. Like when you talk about the early days of this race being woodsmen and people coming in off trap lines and things like that, Brent's a woodsman. If you've ever been to where he lives, like this is a guy that gets out of bed if he goes to sleep and has to make sure the well's working, and he is off the grid as far as off the grid gets, and he's as tough as they come. And he, Bruce, to me epitomizes what's great about this today.
I agree. Yeah, just that whole lifestyle, the whole year-round lifestyle. Yeah. Martin Boozer years ago told a reporter, it's not about these 2 weeks, it's about the other 52 weeks. This is just the final exam of when are you doing everything right? And he lives that life year-round. And he just came off of a Yukon Quest again, Yukon Quest win this year. So Brent's been winning a lot of preliminary races. This is one of our top competitors.
Dan Caduce.
Dan Caduce is at the line. Veteran, first Iditarod in 2010. He also ran Rookie of the Year. I think this is his 4th race.
I asked him this morning, amongst other questions, I asked him, so is there anything about this that you dread?
Oh.
And he looked up and he said, just talking to you guys.
It's kind of like test day for kids, you know. You go to school all year, and then, you know, right at the end of it all, there's the test to see how you did. If you were paying attention all year.
Seems more like the MCAT than the SAT, but you know what's going on.
He's the best.
That's
He's
awesome.
got a dry sense of humor.
I was gonna say, at least
Really
he tells
mellow
you,
guy.
but still speaks with you.
And he ran into the bison herd last year in the Alaska Range, and we always know they're there. Bruce it knows this as well as anybody. Like the teams smell them, you see their evidence of being there, whether it be scat piles or footprints. But he actually had them on the trail in front of his team last year.
Yeah, he kind of filmed it, showed it to us. I mean, they were right there, a little herd of them. He's one of a few. Timmy Osmar ran into him, I remember, one year like that. But you always know they're around when you're running through there. We call that section of the trail the Buffalo Tunnels out of Rome. And it's usually a super rough section of trail. And Dan met him on the return trip coming back last year.
Let's go back now to Dee Dee Jonro, who is still in downtown Anchorage. There she is.
So we're still on the street, still rewarding dog teams as they head out. There's been a lot of color and a lot of excitement out here this morning. And I feel like every time I bring you an update, I'm wetter and I'm a little more drenched. But, you know, it is a beautiful Alaska day to start a dog race, that's for sure. We've got most of our teams on the trail, though. Another, 15 or so teams to go. And it looks to me like people are really in a good mood about this. I mean, I'm liking how nicely the dog teams are going down the street. Haven't seen too many handlers fall down and have to roll off to the side. And, you know, those of you who have been here know that happens quite often when you're trying to run through the snow on the street. And I'm intrigued with the different harness styles that the teams have. From all over the world, we're seeing quite a collection of harness styles. And in the early days, you know, we really didn't have a lot of different choices. And I think it's going to be interesting to follow that. So, okay, I'll be back later, probably looking even more wet.
We'll see you then. She said runner slippers, right?
Yeah, she better get some Gore-Tex on.
Something.
Helly Hansen or
Fur
something.
might get a little, it's piling up everywhere, though. And this is Julie Anand. You talked about Cantwell, Denali, the difference. She's listed as Cantwell as well. Trains along the Denali Highway.
Yeah, she's actually running Jesse Holmes' beat team, so she works with Jesse out there in Rushcana.
And has done that for what, 4 years?
Living out.
Four,
yeah,
5 years?
living out. And so I talked to her this morning. She's pretty excited.
I saw as well that she loved Gary Paulson and Jack London books, which I can totally identify with, and I'm excited to see how she does this year.
You hear that a lot over the years. You know, those books, those people motivated a lot of people to come to the North Country.
Yeah, one of my favorite
Bump, bump,
series,
bump.
for sure.
The man, another man.
Another CB.
Yeah. Hey, two of them in the screen. There's Dan, one of the originals from 1973 there in the red.
Mitch CB.
Yeah.
2004, 2013, 2017 champion. Man, he loves this.
And that team he had in 2017 might be the best team I've ever seen.
Of all the teams I've ever seen come into that was the prettiest looking team in the top 10 ever I've ever seen.
Now I could guess, but how so? Could you elaborate just on what you saw when you were in Nome?
Because they came into Nome looking just like these dogs do on the screen right now. They were it was like they'd been kept on pillows for 2 weeks. Instead of running down the trail, they had a ton of power. They even amazed Mitch. Mitch said he'd never experienced a team running like that. The farther they went on the trail, it seemed like the stronger they got. And it was very, very impressive. And Mitch this year told us he feels very revived after taking a year off. So and this is a new team, so it's Mitch after a rest of the year, for a year, and then a pretty new team for him because Dallas kept a lot of his champion dogs.
Yeah, Hal Hansen actually ran this team, a puppy team for Mitch last year, and most of these dogs are from that team that Hal ran. Don't read anything into that. This is Mitch Seavey. These are Mitch Seavey's dogs. This team is a contender.
Absolutely.
Could win it. And I also have another fantasy that we have Mitch Seavey and Jeff King battling it out over the last 150 miles for a championship. Two guys in their mid-60s.
Just fun to watch an exciting race,
Yes,
either way, for sure.
sure.
Let's check in one more time with Ellie Beatty. Let's see what her status. Oh, hello. She has survived. She is standing, it appears, covered in ice and snow, and a smile.
That was absolutely insane. It was so wild. Being on 4th Avenue for the ceremonial start of the Iditarod is something that I will never forget. It was absolutely amazing. And now we have actually just pulled in and they're unloading the dogs right now. You can see
Yeah, I think we lost Ellie for the time being. We might try to check in with her, but this is her.
And on 4th Avenue,
and she's back.
when you are in that sled for Iditarod and you are just flying down that street, it's like a whirlwind. I mean, there's people cheering, there's dogs barking, and it was snowing so hard earlier, but it was so much fun. It was absolutely magical. It was like a winter wonderland. And then when we got outside of 4th Avenue and we hit the trees, oh my goodness, it was amazing. I will never forget that. That's a ride of a lifetime. And I'm so lucky to be in Alaska.
Looks like a storybook. Oh, just a little tiny attempted detour there. Problem?
I can guarantee you what that was. Somebody came to the race with a dog, and the dog saw the other dog. Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we're going to rumble. We're going to rumble right here.
Matt Hall is at the line. Spoke with him this morning as well.
It's my love and passion for the dogs, for life, trying to be the best I can be. You know, I like taking, and most mushers would probably say the same thing, you know, we want to take our kids and be the best with them, you know, and it doesn't mean winning. It means going out there and having a healthy, strong team, an exciting adventure. Being in the top is great, you know, it also helps pay for it all. These guys eat a lot.
Spoke with him earlier this week, I should say. But he has a Yukon Quest title under his belt. Finished as high as 6th, I believe.
Yeah, he's my dark horse.
2019.
And he's been embedded in this lifestyle. I've known his family from when I was running the Yukon Quest. His dad has helped with that, putting in trail. They grew up on the trap line, almost the stereotype as people think of the adventures of living in Alaska, out in a log cabin, hunting for your food and running a trap line with a dog team. That's how he grew up in real life. It's not just about racing, it's the whole lifestyle that goes with that. His family's been really important in the village of Eagle at helping the Yukon Quest be successful. Matt grew up with that.
And that's where he was born and raised.
Yes.
Is in Eagle.
Amanda Otto.
Again, the Denali.
Yes.
The Denali,
A rookie, but she's running Jeff King's
A-team.
Yeah. A legitimate team. Also, if you don't know, maybe you've already heard, but her grandfather was the great Jim Otto, Hall of Fame football player with the Oakland Raiders back in the day, 00. And I know he may be watching today from home. But Amanda's a great story, been working up with Jeff King and Denali for a few years now. We haven't caught up with her.
I definitely am very blessed, and I feel a little spoiled to be working here at Husky Homestead. Jeff has been really gracious and such a great mentor to me, and obviously getting to work with his dogs day in and day out has just been the icing on the cake. So this has been kind of a dream come true, really, to be at Husky Homestead. If you would have told me that I had been here training under Jeff King getting ready to sign up for my first Iditarod 5 years ago, I would not have believed you.
Seems to be a trending storyline in some of these with some of these racers. Oh, I thought about it for a second. And wow, now we're here.
With this team, with her experience, she's a possible Rookie of the Year candidate.
Yeah,
that'll be awesome.
She's one of two on my short list.
Hannah
and her.
Hannah Lyric.
Yeah. And actually, I'm favoring Amanda a little bit more.
Yeah.
After talking to them both, and I know what a good mentor Jeff can be, and I know those dogs, as do you. I mean, they can do it.
Speaking of Rookie of the Year, Milla Porson.
This is my dark horse, Greg.
Is she a dark horse? Is she a dark horse anymore? She was fifth last year. Again, I know totally different circumstances and a different trail and all kinds of things that are gonna
It's
be
a
different for this year.
different course last year, a lot of different aspects, but man, she is good with dogs.
I am so excited to see how her race unfolds. From Denmark, started mushing in 1992. First race was in.
I don't walk around dream of winning it. I walk around literally dreaming of having a team that I put in a position to have performed at the very best possible. And if that means that brings us in first, that's phenomenal.
She's done a lot of very long distance, longer term races, like months, thousands of miles. Expeditions. That's really a much better term for it.
Milla's as tough as anybody in this race. And she is. Don't let the smile fool you.
Yes.
I would say last year when I talked to her out in Iditarod, where it was 54 below, an honest 54 below, she was just having a ball.
Camped out by herself, no heat, just laying in the straw with her team. And
oh my gosh, I would have loved to see that.
there she goes.
She is really good at bringing different dogs together and building them into a team. And by that, I mean a unit that really congeals and works together like any sports team was. And that's a gift, especially if you're getting dogs from different places and not raising them as pups right from the beginning.
She's got a little female named Phoenix that is
Her lead dog.
Hall of Fame caliber dog.
Awesome. She also worked with Your Olsum in 2018 as well. Can't neglect to mention that. Rebecca Palsha, let's check in with her again. Now trailgating.
Hey Beth, so we're here behind Shiloh Baptist. This is part of what we would call trailgate. It's a little bit more subdued this year than in years past, but this is where you're going to kind of see more people from Anchorage who are hanging around town looking to catch those mushers, because if you can see right behind us, we've got a little crowd. We've got pizzas here, and I've seen a few beers and some Starbucks and Pilates and all that kind of stuff. But the thing that's super cool about this kind of a setup is that we are right here on the trail, so the mushers come by, they give you high fives, they're throwing stuff out to kids, and I'm hoping someone's going to come by while we're here. You just get a little bit of a heads up from the crowd who'll be cheering and giving a shout out of who's coming down the trail. But this is like where everybody is kind of hanging out who's from town. It's nice to be away from the crowds of 4th Avenue. Definitely a much different perspective than we have seen in years past. And it sounds like, oh, here comes someone. So look, wait till you see how close we are. It's insane. Here they come. So here comes, oh, wait, we just got the announcements. And here he goes. Look at that. Look how much closer we are than anybody ever on 4th Avenue. Got Musher 28 right now, giving some high fives. How cool is that, Beth? Just amazing. It's great to be out here with fewer people, more Alaskans. It's definitely a much different scene, a lot more family friendly, and we're just having a nice time. This is a little bit of a trailgate, and we're going to be keeping on going down the line to see what else we can find here along the way.
All right, Rebecca Palsha reporting. Thanks so much. That was Dan Caduce that you saw with her, and then we had Katie Jo Dieter's other half. We talked to the better half of that pair, if I must put it out there, right? You know.
Jeff will love that.
Jeff Dieter taking off under bib number 34. Top 20 the past several races, by the way.
Yeah, I expect him to be back up there again. Jeff's up and coming. He's gaining some momentum. So is Ryan Olson.
Yep, definitely a up and coming super competitor right here. He runs a lot of races like the Copper Basin 300, these other mid-distance races in Alaska, and she's kind of from that Allie Zirkle school. Mushers up in Two Rivers. You've been to her kennel before, Greg.
Yeah, and Ryan used to work for Allie, so you see a lot of Allie's genetics in some of her dogs. It's interesting, but and Ryan's also got a herd of reindeer. She runs kind of a little tour operation in the summertime and uses reindeer. She's in love with those reindeer as much as she is with the dogs, and she's got a huge piece of property there with penned in, and these reindeer have a lot of room to roam around and stuff, so she spends her summers with doing that as well.
Just a normal lifestyle in Alaska.
Just your average. No worries.
Reindeer and dogs. But she's always a joy to talk to, always a big smile. And as we saw last year, she finished in 18th place.
Most improved.
Yeah, and it was a really brutal, cold year last year, and Ryan had zero issues with that. And she could be in the top 15 this year.
Well, absolutely. I put her in that category.
Very exciting. All right, we're going to take a quick break.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number one, and number two, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're going to love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
Back to being live again. Downtown Anchorage, Bridget Watkins here. Rookie, running under bib number 36.
Hugging her son, River, there. Met River this morning. There's her husband. Bridget, the daughter of Alan Moore, stepdaughter of Allie Zirkle.
Two champions.
I was about to say, imagine that household. That'd be
And look
awesome.
at those beautiful dogs.
I'm on the sled living my biggest dream when I was 5 years old. This is where you could only hope to be, and we've made it.
Well, you've made it. I look forward to her making it to the finish line as well. She's also an ER nurse.
Yeah, talented lady.
Gosh.
She may have some work out there on the trail being an ER nurse
Oh my gosh.
every year.
I hope not. Goodness. And what she's probably gone through over the past, oh man. Very grateful for her work in that regard.
Yeah, I talked to
It's been
her
a hard
that
couple
she's
years.
so fired up for this opportunity to get out on that trail. Wearing bib number 36, that's a good number. It's one. That number's one.
She started Kennel on a Hill in 2018. I just love that. How can you not love that name? Kennel on a Hill.
As long as it's on a hill.
Just, if it's not, Greg's going to have a problem.
I'm a bit confused.
No, it's awesome.
Here comes one of my favorite mushers since he first arrived.
Of all time.
Of all time.
Of all time. Pete Kaiser, the Cusco King, huh?
Yeah. And a good dude.
Yep, his very
And
first
he
race.
fishes, right? He's a fisherman, so I even love him more for that.
I think there are quite a few mushers you might love
Yes,
more if
yes.
we go down the list of people who spend a lot of time fishing.
Hey, there's
too.
Mark Nordman.
And what I like about Pete is when he ran his first race and I saw he was handling himself, I told Greg, this dude is
Yeah,
going
you
to
did.
win this someday, and he didn't let me down.
Yeah, you did. 2019.
2019 champion, first Urbach winner, top 10 6 times. I
Yeah,
went out
and it's just- I'm sorry, go
I went
ahead.
out to Bethel to see him after the win in 2019, and it was just, I mean, the celebration, and it was amazing, and the spirit, and just what he represents, and you know,
That's
it was awesome.
really true. It brought that whole community to a level of excitement.
It was so cool to see. His family was amazing, and just Bethel welcoming us with open arms, and
Yeah, it's just when these teams from Southwest, Western Alaska, when they're good, the year that, 2011 when John Baker won, you just feel those communities, just the pride just well up. It's an energy that we don't get when somebody from the road system wins. It's just it's a completely different dynamic, and so you get to feel this race in a different way when people like Pete Kaiser and John Baker win the race.
And
Maybe
again,
Richie Deal will get it.
And again, it's what this race, the beginning of this race was about, keeping those dog teams alive, the interest alive out in rural Alaska, and keeping them a part of day-to-day life.
The man is
And Martin
arrived.
Boozer's coming to the line.
The legend.
The man, the myth, the legend.
More Iditarods than anyone right now.
And 4 times crown champion. Something like 40. I know there are a lot of different race awards, but 40 race awards. First race back in 1980. I'm not going to age y'all, so we won't say anything about how many years that was before I was born. No problem, but.
The computer assigned me number 38, so then you start looking at, oh, I finished 38 Iditarods. Oh, I've been married to my darling wife for 38 years. Oh, I won the Iditarod when I was 38 years old, amongst other. So it's kind of fun to banter about what happened in those decades that I have been running the race.
Guess he likes his bib number, huh?
Yeah, it's a good number. Look, you can look at all of these numbers in his bio, and you can read through it. To me, the most impressive thing is this is his 39th race. He's finished all of them. He's never had a run where he quit or gave up or couldn't.
And it's not that he hasn't had adversity.
Total.
Huge
pushing through.
adversity.
And
Cutting
he's-
off a finger days before the race, all kinds of things. And he toughed it out. And to me, looking at this team, it's what my eye see is musher. Those dogs are so much their confirmation, a Martin Boozer team. They look a little different than the others. He was one of the first to breed to like sprint dogs from the great George Atla. And they just have a different conformation and build, a little shorter hair. And a lot of people poo-pooed him on running those kinds of dogs in the beginning, but he sure proved that wrong.
Yeah. 2002 team. That you talked about that before, Greg.
Yeah.
Held the fastest time for 9 years. That 2002 win.
Yeah, he blistered down the trail that year. But Martin, to me, is the bridge between what it was and what it is today. He was the ultimate racer, the ultimate professional, but also had a skill set that could take care of himself in any environment on the planet.
Gerhard the Art, Sheboygan, Michigan.
Love that. I love Sheboygan. Never been there. Just like
You
saying
just like the
it.
name?
I just like saying it.
Yes.
Sheboygan.
Here's what he had to say this morning.
We're from South Africa, and we did a little bit of dryland. And South Africa was just a cart with our 3 pet Siberians, and then we started watching Iditarod DVDs. And then we look at this beautiful team and a beautiful scenery, and then I got tricked into it, and I said, I want to do that. And that was 20 years ago, and now you're here. But I'm also dedicating my rookie run to support the needs of veterans in our country, in United States.
He was born and raised in South Africa, part of the South African Infantry Corps, and as you said, he's racing to bring awareness to veterans, their needs, their supports. But yes, Sheboygan, Michigan is considered his hometown now.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
I never realized that the documentaries we made, Greg, were ruining people's lives in South Africa. They watch those and now
You done got him from South Africa.
And we've been doing them for so long now. Like, I'm hearing that story over and over, and I'm starting to feel bad about it, frankly.
I think it's awesome.
Look what we've done, Bruce.
I think it's awesome.
Yeah.
And just these inspirational stories, and in many cases, moving from tragedy to triumph, and just you guys being able to share that story with the world.
Yeah, well, this race is always been an extension of life, and the adversities that they're going to encounter over these days will help them face the adversities that we face in life. And having been around it, never a musher, but I've learned just by seeing others walk through what they walk through.
I've always said any situation I've had to deal with in life, I've learned how to handle it by what I learned running the Iditarod and the Yukon Quest. Because things just get thrown at you hourly, and you either give up or you move ahead, and you learn it's just one more mile.
Did you ever think about mushing?
Oh, wait, when I first got around the race, that was always my goal, but then I didn't want to be one of the belt buckle guys. Like, the people that I really respected were the lifestyle people, and that was never going to be my life. So I had to settle for telling stories about it, which is fine. But there was a desire way back in the day.
That's very cool. Wearing bib number 40 is veteran Karen Hendrickson, whom you just saw.
Yes.
Love seeing the crowd, too.
With Rob Urbach, the CEO of the Iditarod, he was there.
When I talked to her this morning, she lives out near where the race will actually start tomorrow. And I asked what the trail was like, and she said the biggest concern for her out there with Alaska's deep snow this year is moose. It's been a real issue having so many moose on the trails because it's the only place they can walk without being belly deep in snow.
And I guarantee you Karen will have a hat on tomorrow.
This is her 10th start.
Yeah.
By the way, but when you're talking about building resilience, I mean, I haven't heard the moose stories from her. I'm sure she's had them, but she had an incident in 2014 that took her away from a lot of what was going on. So it's good, good to see her still out there and doing this, and it's really cool. As we head to break, the corner of Cordova and C Street can be a bit treacherous.
Or good TV, depending on how you look at it.
Or both. Yeah. Here's a look at some of the moments.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number one, and number two, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're going to love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
right, back again. Who do we have? 41, Kaylin Davis.
Yeah, another rookie.
Coming out of Fairbanks. Raised in Anchorage, though. And running the dogs of Wade Myers. I was kind of bummed.
Yeah, and that's true. We haven't talked about the fact that Wade's not here, Jessie Royer's not here.
Her too. She's one of the ones that stands out that I just...
Yeah, and Wade, living down in the lower 48 now, has done well in the races down there, but at least his dogs are going to go to Nome. Man, we hope we get Wade back.
I bet he's missing it. I bet he's really jonesing right now.
Jonesing, that's a good word. I like that one, and it's even TV friendly. That's
TV
That's
friendly.
a good effort out of you, Bruce.
We had to give him
Really
some
good.
note cards
Yeah.
first, but just kidding.
Jonesing.
Oh, it's awesome. Travis Beals is up next. We're in bid number 42. Still running out of Seward.
Yeah.
I visited Turning Heads Kennel last summer on a glacier, which
Yeah, you went
was-
up there with him.
It was
Cool. Yeah, I went up there too.
fascinating.
Yeah, it's
Yes,
great.
and pristine. I mean, obviously, they need permits and this, that, and their agreements. They have to. I think they'd be clean anyway, but they have to be clean. But it was just pristine, beautiful.
Definitely one of our up-and-coming contenders. I don't know if I'd even say up-and-coming. He's got his sights on the goal. He's not here to finish the Iditarod anymore.
Yeah, 5th in 2019, and has several top 10 finishes as well.
None of us are really out here, making a fortune. So what's really important is to have fun, enjoy your time with your dogs, and I think that starts to play the biggest role in doing well, is in really enjoying yourself and having fun, because it relates to the dogs and it's not a job to them.
Oh, look at the puppies.
The guy's leaning into the harness.
I was going to say,
ready to
just
go.
ready.
Yeah, just let us go.
Pull that darn hook, would you already? Yeah, Travis had a tough race last year. Even though he finished 25th, I don't think he was happy with that one. It was cold. He made some decisions, I think, that he would do a little bit differently, but that's part of the evolution as a musher. Right? It's about keeping these dogs on that threshold and that run-rest cycle and not taking them too far where they lose that top-end speed. And again, I don't know, some people can pick it up real quick and have great success. Others, it takes time. And he's been around this. He's dreamed about winning it since he's a boy. I hope Travis gets there. He's working hard.
When you talk about the 2021 race as well, because that one was 832, they eliminate the circle, the loop around flat because of conditions there. But when you're talking about somebody who's only, now Travis is not one of these people, but when you're talking about somebody who's only run that race versus the full, the whole kit and caboodle of the Iditarod, it's not just like half the race. You know what I mean? I mean, there's more. You're getting more of an experience than maybe
if you were a rookie
outsiders
last
might
year and you finished the Iditarod, you're going to run this year and you're really going to be a rookie again, because beyond that middle point, you haven't seen the Trail by Dog team. Here's Lisbeth Norris. I love that she's back. Picked the 50th year to come back. Yeah, her family's name's been around this community and this race forever.
Alaskan kennels, right?
Scooping the yard is my favorite time of the day. Like, that's the time that I have to check in with them, give them pets, talk to them about our training runs. So what keeps me active and going in this lifestyle is just a love for my dogs and the opportunity to spend such condensed quality amounts of time with them.
I love that sweater. I just have to. I know we're you guys are more insider baseball, but I love that sweater. But yes, as you said, a mushing family. She ran in 14, 15, 16, but her family has had someone run in every decade since the start.
Her family they're iconic in sled dog sports all over the world. Now looking at these dogs, these are from Siberian's background, different than Martin's totally. You can see that they're built a little different. They're the more stereotypical Hollywood version of the dogs.
Hollywood.
And that's what her grandfather was famous for, and they were very well known in Europe, where Siberians are very kind of just very much embedded into racing in Europe until the Alaskan Huskies came. So really, really embedded in sled dog sports both in North America and in Europe.
Up next is Sebastian dos Santos Borges, coming out of Chazia-Beaumont, France. Did I do it right? You guys were talking. You guys were saying French.
It sounded really, really good to me.
I've convinced them.
In my French, it was perfect. And you did well.
Yeah, so you got the Norwegian little roll of the tongue down, and now the French.
There's a family name in there somewhere.
I am totally undergunned here today.
Well, Sebastian, I'll leave it at Sebastian this time. We're in bib number 44, a rookie again this year, as he didn't finish in 2019. But you might have seen he started his team with shelter dogs, which I find fascinating. They seem stoked. So you have to, get your shelter dog and hey, you're gonna run 1,000 miles too. But he was a joy to talk to when I met him on the trail in 2019.
And we've heard that story before, where somebody will find a dog or two. I don't know if you ever had an entire team that
Most of the team, John Schandelmeyer, remember, he used to go to Kent, around to Pounds or wherever, and find dogs that didn't have, a place to be, or people got rid of them. He put together some very competitive teams.
They look very excited to be going anywhere at this point.
I kind of, looking at them from my eye, I'm kind of wondering, do they really know they're going 1,000 miles right now?
It was fun meeting. I believe the whole team this year is, similar. But when I met him in 2019, he pointed out every dog and just kind of explained, the personality that he had seen in them at the shelter, and just really cool. Love that. Josh McNeil is next. He is a veteran after his rookie race in 2021, which we talked a little bit about that. This is different.
It'll be different
for him. A different run.
Excited to be here since we didn't get to do this last year on my rookie year. So team's looking awesome. I'm feeling ready, so we're super excited to be here.
There are 3 iconic, difficult places in this race every year, and to me they're getting over Rainy Pass in the Alaska Range. I mean, I would say that for Rainy Pass all the way out through the Burn. Then there's the Yukon River, and then the Bering Sea coast. So for these rookies that ran it last year, like you were saying earlier, they're missing 2 of the 3 biggies, which to me are the most beautiful places on this entire race course, this entire trail. And the big one is that Bering Sea coast, because a lot of these mushers aren't from that area. They were trained in the forest, and you get out there and you're above continental tree line, those big wide open landscapes. Wind rules the country, and I know that they really hated not seeing that. I would be disappointed in my rookie race if I didn't make it to the Yukon River and the Bering Sea coast to know. But here he's getting a chance, and that's great now.
Hoping to see him make it. I feel, again, just from spectating and watching, it tends to be kind of sad, disappointing when you see the scratches, but they do that for the health of their teams. I mean, they're...
Totally.
Totally. Well, one of the biggest influences on this race after Joe Reddington Sr. was Susan Butcher. She had an amazing career, to say the least. Just before the Iditarod, after Susan passed, Channel 2's Megan Baldino took a look at her career. Here's just a part of that story.
And there you see her, the winner of the 1986 Iditarod, Susan Butcher, coming down the
She won the race 4 times. 1986,
from her husband, Dave Monson.
1987,
She has apparently opened up a sizable lead.
1988,
She's totally determined.
and 1990. The first musher to win 4 out of 5 sequential years. She also came in second 4 times and finished in the top 10 15 of her 17 races.
You can't make any mistakes from here to know.
For nearly a decade, nobody dominated the 1,100-mile trail like Susan Butcher.
But I can tell it was fast because it was, I'm tired.
such an amazing career. And from everything I've heard, just an amazing person.
Yeah, the
in
most
general.
important figure in the history of the race, and Bruce knew her well, had a personal relationship with Susan, but she put the focus of the world on this event.
Yeah, she really helped bring it to the world's attention and really brought the Iditarod from a hometown race, so to speak, including all of Alaska and that, of course, to being on the world stage. I miss Susan being around. She was just a great dog advocate, and just really got the whole picture of the communities, the villages, the dog care, and the fans. She brought that all together, and I think more than being a champion, I think that's why people think so highly of her. It's just the whole package there.
Bill and Melinda Gates, George Lucas were all at her funeral when
Yeah.
she passed. I mean, she was known around the globe and was traveling in circles that no one else in this race's history has been able to impact. Here's Chad Stoddard, last year's Rookie of the Year.
And running Dallas Seabees dogs this year.
Bump, bump, bump. Yeah, he's got CV dogs. That means he's got a chance.
But he can't be Rookie of the Year anymore.
That's true. That's true. But he finished 23rd. That's a pretty good year.
That's a good year.
And I believe his great-grandfather was a mailman during the Serum run, right?
That is true.
Which is just another example of, how deep this tradition goes and the
Former
meaning
All-State
behind this
basketball player down in the state of Washington, Chad Stoddard.
little hoop star.
Yeah, baller.
I'm excited to see what this brings for him too, because it's with the difference between last year's trail and this year's. Normally they alternate southern northern routes for odd years and even years, respectively. But Apiak Ratan, hailing from Kaktovik, though spending a lot of time in Norway as well. Second Iditarod.
And that is as far north as you could live in Alaska, basically.
Unless you're on a boat.
Very far,
And
yes.
On an island in the Arctic Ocean above the mainland of Alaska.
I made it to Ukjavik, and Kaktovik was the next one. The trying to see polar bears or whatever other adventure you could chase down. Maybe next time, but also captains, I believe, a polar bear photo expedition.
Yeah, tour business.
Yeah,
taking people
business,
out to
which
see
is so
polar bears.
cool. Hailed photographer.
Of course, her father, Qrill Ratan, the real deal, as I like to call him.
This family has a tradition of when they finish the Iditarod, they run another 1,000 miles home with their dogs to Kaktovik.
It's like 1,500 miles.
Yeah,
I think it's longer than the race.
They take a month going home.
Yeah. I don't think finishing the race for her is ever a question. She grew up in it.
And she is the first openly trans woman to be racing as well. Lots of races in her home, though, too. Copper Basin 300, Kobuk 440, the classic yet impressive list. Is you hear those names, and I just think if I could ever do that.
Nat Paveglio
got a helmet on.
Hey, I think that's
maybe that's for C Street.
That's a really good decision. I don't have any issues with that. I think I look at that and I'm like, natural selection's got no chance to get him. That's a smart guy. Good for him. Way to go, Matt.
On the streets with parking meters and power poles, it's not too bad.
And Pavilio is also an emergency room nurse.
Is it Pavilio?
Pavilio.
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 I pronounced it wrong. Thank you.
But I wasn't going to say anything. But
No, that's
Pavilio,
okay.
Matt, yes. He is running this year with his mother's ashes. She passed of ovarian cancer in August. is what he told our sports team, and that had to be a very hard year for him, of course. He says he downloaded the playlist to her celebration of life, and he's planning on listening to it as he makes his way down this trail.
Something many mushers have done for friends and family is their last request was to have their ashes spread somewhere on the Iditarod Trail, and we have talked to many mushers out there and witnessed them spreading ashes in favorite places. It's kind of interesting that even though those people never ran the race, some of them, that's what they want to do, is they want their ashes scattered out in a pretty place on the Iditarod Trail.
And he's actually an ER nurse as well. And I did not talk to him directly, but apparently he was working in like 3 by 12-hour shifts and then training. And then, which that's got to be a tough balance to strike for most.
But great training
but
for
him, wow. I mean, to be able to do that and serve the community as a nurse as well is amazing. Yuka Honda is at the line. Last ran the Iditarod 2015. Coming back for the 50th.
She's also run the Yukon Quest.
Yep.
All of her families
has her own kennel, spend a lot of time in Canada, too.
That's not a bad place to spend a lot of time. I like Canada.
Some of your faves come out of Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Back to Canada with their older dogs to start her own kennel.
She studied agriculture physics in Japan. So a little bit different from what she's been studying for this race.
Just another example of a really bright person making a really bad decision.
I love the diversity though too, because there's so many different kinds of people from all walks of life growing up in just so many different ways, really.
You know why?
That's awesome.
You know why? Because the dogs don't care. They don't care about gender. They don't care about where you come from, who you are, what country you are.
There, run, be loved.
Dogs, that's the beauty of a dog, right?
Get to
They
know.
just don't care.
I remember somebody asking one of the racers a question about how do you think the dogs will feel when they get to know? It's like, well, they might be really excited about the stakes or whatever, whatever's waiting for them, but I don't know that they really care about the Broad Arch as much as the mushers do. All right, bib number 50, Hunef.
In the 50th year.
Yes, last but not least.
Yes, bringing up the rear here. For now.
Running Jim Lanier's Northern White Dogs from his kennel. I talked to both Jim and Hugh this morning. Both very excited to be back on the trail. Jim obviously not, but his dogs are.
Right.
Hugh's been away for a few years. His last race was 2018. This is a guy that, finished 9th in 2010, 5th in 2011.
Rookie of the Year, again, 2004.
Yeah, I asked him, between Jim Lanier and Hugh Neff, how many 1,000-mile races have you guys finished? And I think it was over 30 between the two of them.
Wow.
That's a lot.
A lot. Not as many as Martin Boozer by himself,
No,
but it's still a lot.
Yeah. I am a Hobo Jim there in that photograph. Good
I'm
friend.
going to say I'm kind of squinting to see that, but...
Hobo passing away this year. And again, Hobo was part of the texture of the event. Always there in Nome. His music is...
Iditarod trail song.
Yeah, loved him so much. And Hugh, I'm sure, enjoyed many adult beverages with Hobo Jim over the years.
I'm going to let y'all talk about that.
Yeah. And I Am Alaska, that says, with the picture of Hobo Jim.
4, 3, 2, 1, go!
And the ever-present Cat in the Hat hat.
Yeah. Wow, they're ripping.
And a little
got
shimmy.
a flag for Ukraine.
Got a Ukrainian
there,
flag, too.
Good for that.
49th musher running under the 50th bib for the 50th running of the Iditarod. We'll be back after a short break.
Snowing.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take you back here. Position number, starting number 51.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number one, and number two, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're gonna love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
Well, we are back.
Yes.
50th running of the last great race on Earth, the ceremonial start, of course. The restart is tomorrow, 2 o'clock, leaving from Willow Lake. So if you want to get involved in that, make sure you plan accordingly. And I believe we are going to hear from Rebecca Palsha again. Rebecca? There we go.
Hey,
What's
Beth.
going on out there?
We're here. So we're out trailgating, Beth. Down the road here, we've got hot dogs, and everybody's got a beer. And over here, I've met some people. What are you guys doing? Tell me what you're up to.
Everybody's got a beer.
And well, who was your favorite?
Joshua.
And why is that?
Because I read his story and it seemed interesting to me.
Now, what do you like about this spot being out here to talk to mushers?
I like it because I'm not sure, but it's just, I always thought the good you put into the world always has a way of coming back to you.
That is very insightful of you. That's so lovely. And favorite musher?
I don't really know their names, but I know there's one of the two twins.
Oh, the Barrington sisters?
Yeah, one of them. Yeah.
Now, how many are Rice Krispie treats?
We probably gave like about 30 or so to the mushers.
And you guys have a stash, too, of like the musher booties, don't you?
Yeah.
How many do you have?
We're not sure, probably like 10.
There's more in your pocket? What do they put in there? 12 or 15? What do they put in there for them?
They put candy in it? Yeah.
All right. Nice. Well, thanks for talking with us, and have a great Iditarod start. All right, Beth, we're going to toss it back to you.
They are just so cute. I love that. Well, you guys, as we wrap up our coverage of the ceremonial start, what do you think people should know about the trail this year? There are a lot of ins and outs, but I know you guys have been checking on conditions. You've been talking just a little bit about what's coming for these mushers, which is a lot of ground to cover, 1,000 miles. Can't really squeeze that into 60 seconds, but anything stand out to you?
For me, it's just whether or not anybody's going to stop Dallas Seavey from winning the 6th Iditarod. Can anybody step up and get that job done? Is he going to make history this year? Will something else slow his team down, allow someone else to win? I think that's really where I'm at. I think it's important, though, with the 50th race that we try and draw parallels as much as we can to 1973 and those early days, because we're living in such a modern time today that we should never forget where this event started and how it started and why it started. With all the antis out there and PETA doing their nonsensical things, when you understand that this race was started to save the sled dog, it was started to keep it a viable critter on this planet. An Iditarod sled dog is a picture of wellness. It is a picture of health and wellness, and yet it gets attacked. I think those are the things that I'm going to think about as we go down this trail. I'm going to think about Susan Butcher and Joe Reddington.
Well, let's toss it out to Dee Dee Jonro, who is live again. There we go. How are you doing? Feel looks a little chilly.
Well, I'm just a little damper than I was when we first started, but I kind of feel drowned down here in this beautiful snow. It's really been a nice day, perfect, picture-perfect day for them to start. There's a lot of enthusiasm. We've had a lot of fans considering the weather that we had, an exceptional number of fans. And we just got to see not only this year's Junior Iditarod winner, but last year's Junior Iditarod winner also go off the street, and they get a little chance to practice, you know, for looking forward to their future. So it's a nice day. I think we've got a great lineup. I'm anxious to talk to Nick and see how he liked what he saw on the street today. You know, my heart is with him. It's hard to just be so ready for, and he's had such a good season by winning Copper Basin and also the Willow 300, which I was judging. So he had a team that he was primed up and ready, and he turned him over to a 4-time champion, Jeff King. I think that's an exciting combination, frankly. Okay, so join us both tomorrow and for the rest of the race. There's going to be at least 10 to 14 days of excitement. Thank you very much.
Dee Dee Downer reporting from downtown Anchorage for us. So we'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Greg Heister, and we are getting close to the start of another Iditarod sled dog race. And I just wanted to take a few moments to say hello, number one, and number two, to let you know that the Insider team will be again out on the trail in full force this year, bringing you all of that great content that you have enjoyed for years now, with grand improvements. If you've been watching, then you know all about the Qrill Paws Arctic World Series. The Iditarod is the culminating race in that coverage, and the entire team that you saw in Minnesota, Norway, and Russia will be here with analysis and in-depth coverage that you enjoyed in all of those races. Our tracker has been updated with a new look, a new experience, new graphics and information. It's going to be easier for you to now follow your favorite team and mushers. Trust me, you're going to love it. So ladies and gentlemen, your investment today will allow these dogs to keep running down the trail and to perpetuate their purpose for years to come. So please, become an insider today. I'm Greg Heister. Thank you for your time, and we hope to see each and every one of you out on the Iditarod Trail.
Beautiful downtown Anchorage. Picture perfect. Picturesque. Picture perfect. Just looks amazing.
Still snowing.
Still snowing. Still piling up. There's Rachel, one of our photographers. Such a story to tell just with this morning. Been a lot of fun, guys.
Glad
and
there was
been fun.
Glad there was snow. That just
glad
said
there was
it
snow,
all.
yes.
Yeah, that's
and I had
good.
asked Greg as well, but anything that stands out to you, you know, especially 7-time finisher, right? So I know the 50th brings a lot of meaning for a lot of people in a lot of different ways.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it definitely has me reflecting back to everything from the gear and type of sleds that people used during those early years, what a transition Alaska itself has gone through, what a different place it is than it was 50 years ago when this race started. And I'm glad to see all the interest in sled dogs still, and I'm really excited by the level of great competitors there are right now.
It's a lot of fun. Lots of fun to follow. Well, we want to thank as well, the view from behind us is provided by Borealis Broadband, so thank you for that. Thank you all for joining us. Just like you said, so much has changed, but so much has stayed the same. So we appreciate you being here with us for the ceremonial start of the 50th running of the last great race on Earth. You can catch all our coverage at alaskasnewssource.com, and we'll see you next time.